Hello, greetings. Welcome from the bottom of my heart. Lovely Sunday morning. Give me a few seconds so that I can just share this. Meanwhile, let people also join. Very hearty welcome to all of you. Nice to see you all again on this lovely morning. Well, I'm just sharing this to one group. Just give me a couple of seconds. Rajesh ji, welcome. Preeti ji, welcome. Yes, I'm done with. Amartya, welcome. Debjani ji, welcome. Madhu ji, welcome. Nice to see you all. Well, today I just typed this topic. What came to my mind just a couple of minutes before this thing came to my mind. So I thought, let me speak on this. Let us just talk on this subject. And that is relating with a world that does not relate with you. It's about relating with the world that does not relate with you. You could say a world that doesn't understand me or us. Living in such a world. I'm talking this from the couple of emails that I got. Most of the emails are relating to the same problem. So I said, okay, let's talk on this. Today, I try to make it every Sunday here, depending on the mood. Mood, yes, because I wanted to talk to you about this also. Our Deepavali Shelarji. Om Namah Shivaya. Welcome. I wanted to just say that we have these deeper aspects of us, the shadow aspect of us and the light aspect of us, the positive and the negative. Both these aspects are there always within us. In shifting into awareness, I often keep on talking about this aspect of us, which is darker. Light part, we are all aware. We talk about our light, we think about our light, we think about our positivities. We can relate with all this. The problem is we cannot relate with our dark side. That is one thing I realized this last week. Because last week I saw some of my shadows, which I thought was gone. Unfortunately, no. It was there within me and it disturbed me for some time. It disturbed me more not because I saw a shadow part of me. Harish ji, welcome. Not because I saw something bad about me or wrong about me. Ramaji, welcome. But because I thought it was gone and it's still there. So, that little hurt. Because I never thought those aspects are still there, darker aspects. But when it got a certain kind of a situation from outside, it triggered. And I realized, oh my God, this is there. So this is one part I want to share, because my journey I always share with you. Beautiful birds here. I share my journey with you so that you can relate with it. And we are talking here about practical spirituality. We are not talking just about the wisdom and knowledge. We are talking about practically what happens to us. And authentically we are relating to those incidents. And I am authentically trying to share it also. All I want to say is be very aware of these things, because from my awareness only I saw this. Otherwise I wouldn't have seen this. I wouldn't have noticed that this aspect is there. Darker shadow is there. Why I did not notice it all this time, or why was I thinking? Now when I say I am not talking about my story. I want you to relate with your story. You can relate it with you. I am sure that is why you listen to these videos, because when I am sharing something about myself, it relates to you 100%. We are all interconnected. That's how we share with each other. That's how we help each other. So I try to help by sharing my own story. And I know it relates with you. Because there's nothing different. We are all human beings. We are all on the same journey. We all have these gunas. We all have these aspects. And hence our experiences. Experiences may differ from person to person, but the aspects are the same. So I'm saying, why was I not aware? Because I thought about it. Why was I not aware of this? Or more like, why I was feeling so hurt? Why was I shocked? Why was I disturbed? Then I looked deeply and I saw that. It is because I thought it's all done with. And it did not disturb me until today. Something happened and that came up. That old me came up. And when that old me came up, I was surprised. Where did this come from? Where was this hiding all this time? I thought that was a past of me. Now it is very certain that this was hiding somewhere in the deep subconscious. Somewhere deep within us, in our psyche. But then if it was hiding and if it was so deep buried for months together, or years, whatever you can call, if it was so deep, why did it come out now? Why did it show up itself? So probing deep into it, I saw that it was nothing but that kind of a situation which could trigger that kind of an emotion or that kind of a habit or that kind of an attitude or behavior or a personality within me was not there in front of me, in the world that I am living in. That kind of trigger wasn't present for all these months. And the moment that kind of a trigger came into my vicinity, into my aura, it shook me. It just came up overwhelmingly. So I was very thankful to this experience and to that trigger also. Because that's what I always say, if these triggers are not there, we will never know. We will think we are pure. We will think we are all good. We are all nice. Everything is nice. And when we think everything is nice, there is a lot of chance that we take things for granted. There are a lot of things that we may overlook. And we continue walking on the path thinking that all is well. Whereas actually all is not well. Because what we feel all is well is from our conscious mind. We can only see consciously that all is well. What is not well is deep down in the well. Deep down within us. So we must be grateful to these triggers. I felt very grateful to the trigger. More than the trigger, I felt grateful to the gift of awareness to me. Because if the gift of awareness is not there, I would have never known that this thing is there. That's what I say, it's very precious. when you have this gift of awareness, you can actually become conscious of who you really are. Who you are and who not you are. Because what we always present in front of the world is something else. I might be something here on camera here. I might be something else behind the camera. I might be something on the social media. I might be something else in my real life. What is that something that shows me who I am? The light of awareness. So it's a gift. It's actually a gift. And another message I want to give is, nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Till there are gunas, there will be some or the other flaws. Whoever you see out in the world, including ourselves. All the teachers, all the inspirers, all the role models, all the ideals. Everything that whom we look at. Please don't assume they are perfect. They cannot be. They're never perfect. Nobody is perfect. But we are all sharing these platforms with each other to share our knowledge, to share our insights, to share our divinity, to share whatever good gifts that we have. But when we share the good divine gifts that we have, let us not forget that we are sharing only the good. We are sharing only the good means there is something else beyond the good also. That is the other aspect of it, opposite of good, opposite of positive, opposite of light. There is some darkness within us. Of course, we don't spread out our darknesses. We are careful. Our intellect, our buddhi, brings out only selective experiences and selective choices that we make. Why? Because we are conscious beings. That is what makes us different from the other ignorant beings. We are not judging anybody, but only for the mark of understanding. What is it that makes us something extraordinary or something different when we say we are walking on the path? Because those who are not walking on the path also have dark aspects. Those who are walking on the path also have dark aspects. Then what is the benefit of this spirituality? If you still can have darkness when you are walking the path, what is the benefit of that path? The benefit of the path is the people who walk on the path are conscious beings, are people of awareness. They are aware. They are aware of the good and bad within them and others. They are aware. The other part of the world is not. Those who are not walking the path, they have these aspects, but they are not conscious about it. They are not aware about it. It makes a big difference. When you walk in awareness with your good and bad, you are still a different person. You are a beautiful soul. Because see, your consciousness is so raised. That is why you don't bring out your negative or darker aspects and spill it out into the world. Why? Because you're conscious beings. You do not want that darkness to affect somebody else's life. Now the people who are not walking on the path, will they do that? They will not do that. They have good and bad. They will throw out their good also and they will throw out their bad also. They will share their bad also. And they don't care a damn. Why? Because the consciousness is not there. It's absent. The awareness is absent of how our behavior, our thoughts, our words, our deeds can affect others. So they are not conscious. So the people who walk on the path are blessed people, real blessed people. Though they might be sinners, I'm telling you. They all are sinners. All are sinners who are religious are sinners. Who are walking on the spiritual path, who are spiritual people are sinners. Nobody can say they are not sinners. Maybe the ratio of the sin is down, but they still are sinners. What is sin? Sin is nothing but a guna. We have the three gunas. Depending on those gunas, the sattva, rajas and tamas, you inhibit those qualities outside. In your life, in the life of people around you, and the life of people around in the world. You affect them in some or the other way. Now the gunas, those who do not walk on the path, who are ignorant yet, will not understand the effect of the gunas. Not even they are aware of the gunas that is there in them. So they don't care of how it will affect the other beings in the world. It's a careless walking of the path, of the journey. The spiritual beings are very conscious. I'm sure all the guys watching this videos, surely they must be conscious about it. Because we are all walking the path. We are conscious, but at the same time I want to make you aware. Today I am speaking specifically on the darker side. Because in my journey on spirituality, in the spiritual path, I have seen that this is one aspect where people completely ignore. They overlook this aspect of darkness within them. And slowly, the mind becomes trained to think, feel and say that I have only good within me. No doubt, school of thoughts, many schools of spirituality teaches that you got to speak good, think good about yourself. Do not think bad. Yes, they say that because you got to be focused on the good within you so that you can enhance the good within you. I'm not saying focus and enhance the bad within you. I'm saying be aware of the bad within you. You're not manifesting by being aware. Please understand. Last time when I spoke this, they said, how can you talk about thinking about your bad and contemplating on the bad? By contemplating, I don't mean that you focus so hard that you manifest your darkness. You don't have to manifest it. Just become aware that it's there. Becoming aware means being witness. You're just an observer. You're not making any judgments. This is another good aspect of the spiritual people who walk the path. They are aware of the good and bad within them. They are aware of the good and bad that they see in the people around them, in their whole family itself, the first belt, then in the society, the second belt, and third, the whole world. They are aware of the good and bad within me, good and bad within my loved ones, good and bad in the society, good and bad in the world. They are aware, they are conscious. Now when I say they are aware, awareness means witness. It's a thin line. People say, no, don't talk about these things because, I'm aware of somebody who's doing wrong in my family. I'm aware of the bad qualities of the people in my family. You say, no, don't say that. I say, no, you got it wrong. By being aware doesn't mean you're judgmental. Awareness itself means you're an observer. You're a witnesser. You just observe. You are just being conscious and aware that a certain thing exists. You're not putting your opinions on that. You're not putting your judgments on that. That's a different thing from there. Observation means period there. Witness period. You're just aware. That is the beauty of the souls who walk the path. They are aware, yet they continue walking without that being affected. They do not judge even themselves when they have good and bad. This is very important, my dear ones. Very, very important. Listen to this. We have always learned not to judge others. We refrain from judging others. We might start judging and suddenly we become conscious and aware. Oh, I'm judging. We might stop. We do that. That's a good sign. But how often do we do the same to ourselves? When we see something bad within us, most of the time, we are judgmental towards ourselves. We condemn ourselves. We pull ourselves down. We hold hatred towards what happens to us. We hold guilt towards what happens to us, within us. We feel ugly. We feel dirty. We feel impure. That I am an impure person. That guilt is there subconsciously. I am doing everything in the spiritual path, but I am impure. Somewhere there is dirt in my mind. Now what I say is, it's a thin line. There is dirt in my mind, there is impurity. Consciously watch it. Observe and be conscious and be aware that yes, I have an impurity. Period. That's it. Nothing further. When you condemn, when you go into guilt, when you dislike something, when you have an opinion about yourself, when you pull yourself down, means you have gone beyond that judgment. You have gone beyond the witnessing. You have gone beyond the observer. And you have judged or placed an opinion. That is where the problem begins. Because many of us pull us down. I've seen many, my friends also, on the path, who sometimes share, I don't feel good, I don't feel nice, I don't feel worthy. Biggest problem. The sense of worthiness is not there. Self-confidence goes down. There's a low self-esteem. Why? Because I've judged myself. And I've said to myself that I'm bad, I'm ugly, I'm impure. It might be my own opinion or it might be the opinion of the world. What the world does to us. We take decisions based on that. We put opinion on ourselves and then we decide we are good, bad, ugly. We listen to the comments or the judgment from others or the behaviors from others, and then we decide, we put an opinion about us based on somebody else's opinion that we are good, bad, ugly. That should not happen. That will happen only if you skip away from your awareness, because your awareness is the best mirror. The awareness tells you everything. You don't need a third party to tell you who you are. And when you don't need a third party to tell you who you are, there is no point in listening to a third party to who you are. Not listening in the sense, not to be taken seriously itself. Because if you listen to somebody else, then it means you are not listening to yourself. When you are sure of somebody else, it means that you are not sure of yourself. Only when you don't know yourself, you are allowing somebody else to know you and place an opinion about you. When you take that seriously, what other people say to you, it means that you have accepted that and you have condemned yourself. What is the learning? What is the teaching that we have learned always? Do not judge. So do not judge doesn't mean that I only not judge. Take no judgments also. Do not judge means do not judge yourself also. Do not be judged by others also. When will you be judged by others? When you allow what the judgment is. When somebody has an opinion about you, it is a good thing because it's a trigger. It's something that is trying to point out something probably which is there within you. It's good. Listen to it. But that's it. Just listen to it. And then you do the rest of the work. Investigation is your work, not others. Others have no right to investigate about you. They have a right to their opinion, but you have a right to agree or disagree with that opinion. Agree not immediately. Disagree not immediately. Keep the sense, the shield of awareness. Keep your intellect active to do that final work. If somebody says something and have an opinion and you immediately agree, that means you have not used your intellect. The awareness is not present. You have immediately jumped to a conclusion. It is a trigger reaction, immediate reaction, without thought, without consciousness. If you disagree also with somebody immediately, somebody says something to you and you say, no, I'm not that. That also is coming from your reaction. It is coming from the ego mind. It is not coming from the pure consciousness. So if awareness is there, you do not have to agree or disagree, but not immediately. Listen what they have to say. After listening to what the statement is or what the opinion is, then close the curtain. Then close the curtain. Why close the curtain? Or why close the door? Not that, oh, you have told something to me, now get out. It's not that attitude. It's that, okay, you have given your opinion, okay, now let me close the door. Now let me work on myself. Let me investigate. You are entitled to opinion. You have given your opinion, door closed. No investigations from your side. Now the work is mine. So once the door is closed, you go deep within and probe in awareness, not through the mind. Because if you use your mind to probe into that feedback, the ego mind will always go into denial. It doesn't like. It doesn't like to look within our deep, darker aspects, the ego mind. Because the ego mind believes that we are perfect. We are good, always good. At least that is how we are projected to the world. It doesn't mean that you have to say anything to the world. You be what you are to the world, but you are something to yourself. That's your personal thing that happens. So you investigate, you go in deep, in awareness, and look at it without judgments again. Somebody has judged you, that's fine. You have taken that thing and then now looking into, without judgment, you watch yourself. Because again the same thing, what you did there should not be repeated here. You close the door, same way here also. Once you look at clarity, into what is the truth. Did that person say a truth about me or was it a lie? In awareness, in pure sincerity and honesty and integrity. Because nobody is there to watch you. It doesn't make a difference to the world. Why are we doing so much? Is all this necessary? Maybe not to the people who are not serious about the path. If you ask, is this all needed? I would ask, is spiritual evolution needed for you? Is spiritual transition needed? Is liberation needed for you? Is purity needed for you? If you say yes, then yes, all this is needed. Because this is called self-work. This is what the light of awareness is doing. Why do we have to be serious about this? Because we got to get it out of us. We got to cleanse it out. We can't keep the dirt within us and assume all is fine. It will stink. And all the dirt, impurities that is there within us, who is going to clean it? No person on earth has the power to put their hand inside you and clean you. Not even God. That is why we all are given a free will. Choice of your own. If you like, clean yourself. If you dislike, don't. If you like, have a bath every day. If you don't like, have a bath every week or every month or every year. Who's there to ask you? Can you bear with the stink? Can you allow others to bear with the stink? It's a choice. Spiritual evolution is a choice. Self-growth is a choice. Self-transformation is a choice. Liberation also is a choice. So ask, if this question comes like, is this all necessary? Why do you have to do all these things? It's okay. If you don't do also, it's fine. But it will remain there. And I'm telling you, there is nobody to clean it up. Today or tomorrow, you only will have to pick the broom and clean it. Mark these words. Today or tomorrow means even this lifetime or next lifetime, any lifetime, you got to deal with your own muck. So the better you remove it faster. The earlier, the better. And what is the point in carrying these burdens and walking day in and day out and then grumbling about it? That there is so much. What is the point in then seeking liberation from all this heaviness? What is the point in dragging our lives in this heaviness? Dragging around in this planet, ignoring our own muck. It's like carrying a huge baggage. Baggage of all kinds of dirts. We are carrying it. We do not want to put it down. We do not want to shed it. We do not want to dispose it of. Surprise possession. All this, what I am telling you, is a subconscious act. This will not consciously happen. But all this happens very subconsciously. Why I am talking about subconscious thing? Because we are talking always on the subject of awareness. Awareness is something that will go deep in your realms of your psyche and soul with a torch of light and scan everything within your psyche and leave nothing. If you are a person of integrity, if you are a person of moral integrity, moral ethics, of authenticity, of sincerity on the path, I'm telling you, just the intention to be authentic and sincere, just the intention is enough. All these tools will automatically begin happening within you. The torch will move automatically within yourself. It will keep scanning. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to use your mental powers also. The intention, the bija that is there. Clean up. Just the intention, clean up. We'll begin cleaning it. Then you just sit and watch, that's all. All you can do is just witness the good, the bad that's coming up. The torch means even those opinions that comes from outside. It's a torch, it's a light that's coming to you. Now you don't know if somebody is putting light on you or darkness on you. That's what I said. First, take in whatever the opinion is. Then close the door. Because you really do not know what is the intention of the other person, but you know your intention. Then you work on it. So if it is a bad aspect within you, if it is a negative quality within you, look at it in awareness. Don't judge yourself. Don't be harsh on yourself. Don't call yourself names. Don't say why me. Don't say when. When will this go? It's there. Be happy that this part of you, this soul within you, has chosen to boldly, with daring, to look at your own flaws. You need guts to look at your own flaws. Only a brave person can do this. I'm telling you. Bravest are those who can face the ugliest aspects of themselves impartially. No partiality. The bravest souls, strongest souls. We feel it is weakness to look at it. No. It is your strength. I'm telling you. If you have the guts to look into your dirt, stare into your dirt, I'm telling you that dirt will have no power on you. Because that dirt, that negativity is scared of your stare. The confident stare that you're giving at it. The look of I mean it, I mean business. The look of purification. The look, the serious look that I will deal with you. The negativity is scared of that look. Why are negativities last within us? Because we are weak. We can't look or stare. Forget staring. We can't even look at our flaws. And our flaws knows this weakness of us. So like a parasite, it catches on very strong there. It will not allow you. See the flaws? It will make you feel that strength is biting on and staying strong with all your dirt. The whole world teaches us this, I'm telling you. Consciously or subconsciously, the whole world, the whole system, the whole society is designed to teach you to keep your flaws in safe custody and do nothing about it. That is why we have so much negativity, so much hatred in this world, so much of cruelty, so much of violence, so much of anger, so much of frustration, so much of unrest in this world. Where is this unrest and violence and all this aggression coming from? It's coming from within. Within what? Within that which has been suppressed. They themselves, poor thing, don't know what they are suppressing deep within. And what they suppress will express in some or the other way. In some or the other form. Form might change, but it is aggression. It is deep anger within a person that expresses in violence. A person may be violent, very badly violent. But not necessarily, I'm telling you this, very carefully listen. You might see people violent on the streets, committing crime and all that. You might see all this. But I'm telling you, not all of them, not every soul of them are actually acting on the trigger outside. The cause might look like same. Everybody, a mob has come together. A mob is running down the streets and hitting people, damaging vehicles, damaging shops and property of the government and the people, hurting other people, killing other people. You might say, what happened? You might say, they are doing this for a cause. It's a mob. Maybe they want some rights or something. Or they feel it is justified what they do. They're doing it for a cause. I'm telling you that's nonsense. It's not true. I'm telling you, the whole world thinks they are doing it for a cause. Look at the whole world. They will speak about why they are doing that. They will link that cause. Oh, they did it for this cause. The whole crowd attacked. They have violence for this cause. This is the reason why the whole crowd is angry. No. That's a lie. That's what I'm telling you. The whole system is false. The whole view, the whole perspective of how the world views these things is false and fake. Why? Because nobody is going deep. That aggression which every crowd, don't tell me, if there are 500 people in a mob and all are doing it for one cause, you say, I would say no. It is their deep hidden aggression and anger that they have built up over a period of time that is being suppressed in some way. Now it is finding an outlet to be expressed in this way by causing violence outside. They are violent inside. They have been victims of some kind of violence. They have been victims of some kind of abuse, some kind of anger from outside. They have been through that pain. They have been through that suffering. And that anger as a reaction is still there, but they have not been able to vent it out. Maybe all this happened as a child. As a 3-year-old, 5-year-old, 8-year-old. Then it was helpless. It couldn't do anything. Where did it all go? It all went deep into the subconscious, into the psyche, and remained there until adulthood came, or teens came, or whatever. And that kept on building, because if there is dirt, it will attract more dirt. Over the years, it kept on accumulating. And the person was always in self-denial that this doesn't exist within me. Though the person was in self-denial, he or she lived like a volcano all the time. Some restlessness. Please relate this with your life when I'm saying this. When I say others, it also means the others come in me also come in that. You might be able to find out a lot of things about yourself when you listen to this. So he or she lived all life like a volcano. Always restless, always agitated, always scared, always anxious, always depressed, sad, angered, frustrated, stuck. These are all indications when we are living in a life. And there is unknown fear within us, unknown insecurities within us, unknown restlessness within us. These are all indications of that volcano that is holding on to that. And it is waiting to explode. You haven't yet got a trigger. Somebody will trigger that explosion. You are like a cracker, like a bomb that is filled with explosive and waiting for someone to just burn. Put a little fire to it. Ignite it. That's all. That is why when certain time comes in our life, we explode. We explode very badly. Sometimes that explosion injures others, injures us also. Atom bomb, the bombs, the crackers are what? They are explosives. They can only cause harm. But we have been holding all this ammunition within us and living a volatile life. Volatile, ready to explode. We don't know when. This is the difference between a person who's walking the path and who's not walking the path. The person who's walking the path will be aware of their explosives within. And before it explodes or turns into a volcano, they will slowly keep on diffusing it. Maybe they can't deal with the whole lot at once. It's okay. The gift of awareness, if you keep consciously aware of your darkness, this is what the light of darkness, the light of awareness will do to the darkness. Because they say, what are you going to do? Oh, you're witnessing everything, you're observing anything. What next? You don't have to even worry about what next. Because I'm telling you that stare. Awareness means stare. That awareness is not your mind work. Your awareness means it's your soul work. It's your consciousness that is becoming very powerful. And your consciousness is very powerful. These things are little things. It doesn't even stand to that. Consciousness is very powerful. But where your awareness is, that will get the power. If your consciousness is awake and powerful, it has not been given the opportunity to do its work because your awareness is not in your consciousness. Your awareness is somewhere else, or it's scattered. So the focus is gone somewhere else, and the energy scatters. But at the same time, if you pull it back and remain in your awareness, that power of that light will keep shining on that darkness. And the darkness will be always in this form. You know, when wild animals are in the forest, they go with huge batteries and torch. Or if they are in a vehicle, what they do is they hit the beam of the light on the animal and the animal freezes. Even the wildest animal freezes when the light is hit on them. It can't react to it. That stimuli is so powerful. It's stunned. It blinds. It becomes helpless. It becomes powerless. Even the wildest animals. Huge lights are put on that. The light of awareness is the same. The moment you stare at your darkness, it becomes powerless. So if you keep staring at that darkness, its powers goes on reducing. It is just a simple example I'm telling you. If you keep looking at a child, a little child you have, a small child, and if you always stare at the child in anger for anything that person does, the child does, over a period of 1 year, what do you think that child will become? You are not saying a single word to it. You are not shouting at that word. Nothing. But you are giving it a very bold stare. The child will be the weakest child in 1 year. Because the child wants to do something, it's bubbling in and you're staring at it. Giving it a cold stare. That stare will weaken. The stare from the parents, you know how powerful it is. Most powerful weapon is the stare of a parent on the child. What is the impact does it have? It freezes children. It freezes those children who have been trained with the stare. I don't mean that for the first 5 years or 10 years you have never stared at the child and one day you will stare at it and it will get scared. It will not even understand what is that stare about. I am talking about the consistency. From childhood, from the birth time only, you are dealing with it in one way that has become a habit. That stare is enough for it. It becomes powerless. It cannot do anything. This is how you weaken those negative attitudes and bejas within us, seeds. You weaken and don't give it water. With your light of awareness, you freeze it. Till it doesn't get power and it dies eventually. This is how the seeds dry up. it does uproot. But sometimes you may forget to stare at it, like what happened in my case in these few days. All these days I was not staring at that aspect of me because I took it for granted, it doesn't exist in me. And I kept overlooking it, though it was there. When I went deep, I could even see that there have been opportunities where I could have seen that, but I was neglecting it because of the overconfidence, feeling that what can this do, or it doesn't exist, or I have outgrown it. This is the ego mind. This is my ego mind, which said that I'm perfect with it. Until I didn't stare at it and it grew from within. And then there was somebody to ignite it, something from outside to ignite it. And it exploded. When it exploded, I looked at it. I said, oh my God, where did this explosion happen from? It was there within me. Now who's telling the story? My awareness. The awareness only looked into my lack of awareness. That's what beautifully the awareness can do. It can even monitor your lack of awareness. Because this pure awareness is impartial. It will show you exactly what you are, if you give it an opportunity. How do you give your awareness an opportunity? By shifting into awareness. You shift into that pure consciousness. What is awareness? It is you. The actual you, the pure you, without any flaws. That is you. What you call as soul. You, the soul. You, the awareness. Pure awareness. What is soul made up of? Soul is made up of pure awareness. It does not have any material. It is just pure consciousness. Pure consciousness that is aware, or pure awareness that is conscious. So when I say shifting into awareness, you're shifting into that part of you, that real part of you. So where are you before shifting into awareness? Have you ever thought of this? You say shift into awareness. If I have to shift into that pure me, that means I am somewhere. Where is that somewhere from where I have to shift into my own pure awareness? Where is that? Excuse me, there is someone at the door. Just give me 2 minutes. Election campaigning. That's about some campaigning, election campaigning. So what I was telling is, the awareness only showed it to me that I am not aware. That's the gift of awareness. This is what I learned in the last few days, because first it disturbed me when I saw it. Because I thought it's not there, it's not existent in me. And then I see, oh my God, it's there. Now when it's there, what do? I don't do anything. The first hurt that came was the reaction. Hurt means judgment. So it dropped me from my awareness. From a certain set of awareness, I fell down due to that explosion and that shock from that explosion. And then I immediately condemned myself. Oh my God, the damn me still has this damn thing. And when I said that, it's an opinion, it's a judgment. And that judgment, my soul took it and declared, I'm bad, or I'm not good, or I'm impure, or I'm negative, or whatever. The moment that happens, then flows the hurt. Then the hurt comes. Oh my God. Are you seeing it? How with precision all these things happen within us. We might feel hurt, but we might overlook at why we are feeling hurt. This is the dissection that awareness showed me. Why am I even getting hurt? Because I have condemned myself. Why did I condemn? Because I was judgmental. Why did I judge myself? Because I was not in awareness at that time. Because if I am in awareness, I wouldn't have judged. I would have just witnessed it. Oh, there is a flaw that's coming. Oh, I saw. My God, I didn't see this. Okay, look at it. This is there. This is there means you are giving a stare. Now you know you got to stare at this. Your awareness will keep a stare on it. You are aware now. This thing is there. Because if you are aware that one certain flaw is there within you, you will be very careful. You will not water it anymore. Or you will not take in anything from outside that will water that aspect within you. Are you getting it? Because your awareness will constantly keep on telling when something you are taking, the stimulus, panchendriyas, the five senses are always taking something from outside. So there's a gate there that will tell, no, this is not allowed. Absolutely. Why? Because your awareness is telling there is something of this sort. I shouldn't entertain that anymore. All this happens within fractions of seconds. It doesn't take, because you might try to think it from the mind. It doesn't happen with the mind. It is not such a slow process. It's within seconds and microseconds. All this keeps happening. Every second we are doing this. What I am trying to tell you is, slowly I am talking to you. My speech also is very slow so that you can understand it, because I am dissecting it little by little so that you see it in clarity. Why? Because once you see it in clarity, you understand it better and you can deal with it. If you are consciously looking at this particular aspect, so when the time is needed, your awareness will do the rest of the work. You don't have to consciously think about all these things. Because this also will enter into your subconscious, what I am telling you. And it will know how to deal with it. So as I said, consciously all that we got to do is only one thing. Shift into awareness. Be in awareness. That is the only conscious act that we're doing. Yes, I was asking, if I'm shifting into awareness, that means I was somewhere. Where was I then? When I was shifting into my pure consciousness. If I am this pure consciousness, and somebody is telling you, shift into the pure consciousness, then where was I till now? Doesn't that arise? Because I am supposed to be the soul. I am supposed to be the witnesser. I am supposed to be the Satchidananda bliss. I am supposed to be the soul. I am not the body, I am the soul. I am not the mind, I am the soul. I am not the intellect, I am the soul. I am not my emotions, I am the soul. Then if I am the soul, that means I am already in awareness. But why is somebody telling shift into awareness? That means I was not the me. I was not the pure awareness. Then what was I? The question comes. You will see that the opposite of pure awareness is ego. Our awareness was actually resting in the ego mind. Most of the time, when you are not in awareness, where are you? You are in the ego mind. There is no other place to go. Either you are in the ego mind or you are in your pure state of consciousness. Ego mind is what? Ego mind is the false belief that I am so and so. I am this body is an ego mind. I am this mind, I am this intellect, I am this emotion. This is all the ego mind. The ego is this, that gives this false impression that I am so and so. This is the same thing that I was saying. I might be something to this world. On this camera, I might be something. This is my ego mind that deals with the camera. This is my ego mind that deals with the social platforms. Whatever I post about me, whatever I talk about me, whatever I am presenting myself to the world is done from the ego mind. Let me tell you that. It is not from the conscious mind. It is not from pure awareness. Because pure awareness doesn't need this. The ego mind is used as a tool to function in this world. You might say, why is the ego needed? Then let me cut off the ego. You can't. Because to sustain yourself in this world, to move yourself in this world, to even take this human body and work for your ascension, you still need the ego mind to work for something, You live for something, to carry forward your mission of even liberation. You need the ego mind. But only thing is that the consciousness should be watching the ego while it is working. And when the consciousness, the awareness is watching the ego, then the ego will be in control. But if you are in the ego-ness, if your consciousness is in the lying, is in deep in the ego self itself, it is identifying itself with the body, with the mind, with everything that is the fakeness, the falseness. The consciousness is behind. You are in the ego mind. You will never realize what is happening because you believe strongly that you are that when you are not that. What has happened? It is just the awareness that is moving into these two states. One is the ego state, one is the pure state. So shifting into awareness is nothing but pulling yourself from that ego state into your pureness, pure awareness. So when you shift from there to here, all that you need to do is just that. Shifting into awareness means being yourself, who you truly are. When do we say shift into awareness? When we have forgotten who we truly are. When do we forget? When we get carried away by the ego. That is why shifting into awareness. I'm not at all talking about staying in awareness. I'm not talking what others already talk, that you are awareness. You are awareness is what the masters talk. I'm not a master. I am a seeker on the journey who is also practicing the same awareness. How do I practice? By shifting into awareness. Because we skip from there, we slip from there, and we come back and we are unconscious. Something needs to tell us you have slipped. What tells us? Our own awareness. How does the awareness know when it has slipped? Only when you train it. You got to train it by shifting back and forth. Not forth, back. You slip, then you train yourself with awareness. How do you train? By reading, learning, seeing such material. Now this particular video sheds complete light, reminds you of this shifting. So you can see while you are watching the video, you gradually, eventually, you just casually shift into your awareness and you sit back, and the contents of the video is pointing some things within you. Now you become a witness, like you have been doing this past hour. You are witnessing everything within you also as I am telling you these stories or these facts. You are looking at yourself and you are ascertaining. You are knowing. You are becoming conscious. Oh yes, I have this, I have this. Oh yes, this is how it is happening. So you have already become aware. And if you are doing this, that means you are in your awareness. From the ego mind, you cannot see this. That's what I'm saying. If you're in the ego mind, you will automatically go into denial. Denial, totally. That's what the difference between the people who walk the path and who don't walk the path. Who are not walking the path will go always into self-denial. That is why whenever you try to deal with anybody, whenever you try to even make people understand, maybe your loved ones or friends, something nice, they will go into denial. They will say, "Ho hi nahi sakta." Or they might bite back on you. How dare you say this, such a thing? How dare you say such a thing means they are accepting that they are not that, what you told them. Unconscious behavior. The same example I told you also. If somebody tells you an opinion, judgment about who you are so and so, you don't react. You can't react if you are in awareness. But if you are not in awareness, if you are in your ego mind, you will react. Either you'll immediately agree, which is also not right, or you'll immediately deny it, saying no way. Immediately agreeing also can be false sometimes. You might do it under pressure, you don't know. Somebody is suddenly shouting something, "You did this," and you say, "Yeah, I did that." You might be doing it out of fear. It might not be really your fault. You're getting it? So that first opinion is never yours. But at that moment, if you are in a state of awareness, you will just take that, close the door, and then look within and see, was that real or not? Now in the starting, it will take a lot of time. This process is not so long, as I told you. Somebody tells you something, then you listen to it, then you close the door, then you go inside, and then you start probing, and then you see, is it right or wrong? It is not so long. This has taken at least 10 to 12 seconds. This will happen just in 1 second. Just in 1 second. A moment it will happen. Everything happens. Somebody told, you heard, closed door, reacted, looked within immediately. And within 4 seconds you're inside. This is when you train yourself to be in awareness. It will not happen immediately. When you constantly keep shifting into awareness, back and forth, again, coming back, you slip, you come back, you slip, you come back, and when you come back, you are aware, you practice, then you are training your mind how to deal with such circumstances and how to push you back. It is like an auto push, automatic push. The mind will train itself, the ego also will get trained. Next time such situation comes, the ego itself will push you back into awareness. The mind will push you into awareness. It's trained, automatic. All our behaviors are automatic. How do we suddenly react? We say something, we do something, immediately we hit back. Where is that coming from? That is coming from this inbuilt system that we have trained subconsciously. Something happens, you got to do this way. It's a reflex action. Where is the reflex action coming? It's from the training that you have received, given yourself all these years. And the whole world is training in this manner. The schools, the colleges, the institutions. It's a mucky system. Nobody is consciously aware of what they are teaching the society. Like I told you, we are all trained to suppress our emotions. Why? Because nobody is bothered what is the outcome of that suppression. Our schools teach us to suppress. Our parents teach us to suppress. Our teachers teach us to suppress. Our friends, our society teaches us to suppress. Men especially are taught to suppress because they are bold, they are strong. Men don't cry. I've made a video on that. Men don't cry. Who says men don't cry? If that was the way, then nature wouldn't have made tear glands for a male. If a male can cry, that means naturally that person is made to cry. That's a part of the system. How can you deny which is there? So you're denying an aspect that somebody has made. The higher powers have made, God has made. You're denying that system and saying that I'm smarter than that, the creator. I will deny this particular aspect of me. I'm not going to cry. Then why was this crying thing present in me? Crying was there to release, not to suppress, to throw, to shed it out. It's an energy that you're storing, and one form of transmuting that energy and dissolving that energy is by crying. By crying. Places where there are kundali activations, healings taking place. Why? They are in the state of that awareness. They are the pure self. The persons who are in the ego state will never cry, I'm telling you, even in the vicinity of those kind of powerful places. Who are rigid. I have seen in this mass healing and so many seminars and programs that my master used to be there, present, and he used to conduct all these things. I was there as a part of the crew, as a part of the staff, and as a seeker also. I've seen it from both ways. So in my journey, I've been observing this on my own self. When I was a seeker and taking it, there are aspects of me which were very mindful about who will say what. So I used to be very careful not to cry or not to make any noise or movement or anything. Be in awareness and listen. This is about you. An aspect within me tells me, how can I cry? What will people think? What if somebody sees my tear? It doesn't sound good. This is not the way to behave in public, in the crowd. This is a sign that the consciousness, the awareness, is seated in the ego consciousness. Because the ego, which believes in the false world, that I am so and so, it has presented itself, believing itself to be so and so, will never like this idea of being embarrassed in front of the world, because it has presented itself that I am a nice person, I am a pure person, I am a strong person. So if I cry, I am a weak person. This is what I am telling you. The whole society, the whole world is training the whole human consciousness in the wrong way. Not deliberately, perhaps they are not aware of it. Once you start becoming aware on this journey, you become aware of all the falseness that you have been living in and all the falseness that the whole world is living in. It's such a fake thing. So what is that? The ego consciousness that is doing this harm. So when healing is taking place or when people are crying, there are some people who are opening their hearts and yelling and crying. And why? Don't you think they are not feeling shy or embarrassed? Yeah, they are not feeling shy or embarrassed because they are in that soul consciousness. They have shifted into awareness and they are become aware of this healings. They have become aware of their own presence, and they have become aware of their true mission to cleanse themselves. That is the soul's journey. They have become aware of why they are there in that place. Sincerity, integrity. That causes purging. I'm telling you, that causes purging, that causes healing. Whether you like it or not. I'm telling this from my own experience and the experience that I've been watching carefully for all these years in the crowd. I've been watching, observing others also, what's happening. I've been observing on myself also. So what I'm saying right now, what I'm talking is out of pure experience on myself and by observing others. Healing, why does it take place on one person and not the other person next to that person? Both are in the same power, both are in the same vicinity. Why does miracle happen to one and miracle doesn't happen to the other? Miracle will never happen to the one who is rooted in the ego consciousness. Miracles are supposed to be natural phenomena, powerful phenomena, natural, only in the natural way, the pure, real way. What is the pure, natural way? It's how your awareness, pure awareness is. If you are in that state, the natural, powerful things keep happening to you. And you get an opportunity to experience it because your consciousness is in sync with that naturality. But if it has shifted from there and gone into the ego consciousness, all the miracles are happening here in the pure awareness, the divine consciousness, the higher states of consciousness. If the master is sending you energies, the master has to be in a very high level of consciousness. He is channeling that. The vibes, the vibration, the magnetic field that he is creating is nothing but a reflection of that state that he is in. But you will miss the boat. You will miss the bus. If you are not in that instrument which is capable enough to catch these magnetic field. What is that instrument? It's your pure awareness, because awareness is operating on awareness. Only the awareness can relate with the awareness. A soul is dealing with the soul. Only the soul can understand the soul. But you are not there. You have shifted into the ego consciousness. You are not present there. So the whole thing is happening. It doesn't mean that it's not happening with others. Everybody it's happening, but you are not in the right place. Knowingly or not unknowingly, I'm not saying it's a deliberate thing. Some people do it deliberately also. They are aware of it. I've seen this also. People are aware. But they feel it's okay to do that. I mean, it's their choice. No one to judge them. Their own will. Their choice. But they miss the boat. But if they are making a choice that it's okay if I don't get it, then you shouldn't crib about it. If you're cribbing about it, then you have missed the boat. And if you don't want to crib, if you want to get the benefit, then you should understand this simple funda. All my videos that I've made on divine synchronicities, divine guidance, connecting with the Guru Tattva, is this itself. The science is this itself. Have I ever talked about connecting with the Guru Tattva through the mind consciousness or the ego consciousness and talking to your ego consciousness? No. I first get into awareness. That means I am attuned to that. And then I ask you to get attuned to yourself. That means we are connecting the same thing. Who can understand that language? The souls can understand that language. Not the egos. That is why awareness is the important factor. Shifting into awareness is very important if you want to be in that state and if you want to receive all that is attuned to that state of consciousness. You will receive. It's very powerful, I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, you should have the guts. You should have the courage. I'm telling you, many people do not go faster on the track because they do not have the courage. I mean it. They do not have the courage. They know the outcomes. They know what will happen. But they somehow do not have the courage because they feel they cannot handle it. The experiences are very overwhelming. And sometimes they feel they cannot handle it. And so consciously or subconsciously, they choose not to get fully attuned in that. You might say it's foolish, but it happens, my dear. I'm telling you. I've seen this. And there are many, a large percentage who are actually ignorant about what I'm talking about. who do not know about this, and ignorantly they stay in the ego consciousness. They forget to shift there, and they try very hard to connect. These are the people who say, I'm trying very hard, but the connection is not happening. You cannot try with your mind to connect to consciousness. You are in the ego consciousness, mind, working with the mind. I'm trying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I am the doer. The doership is an ego. From the ego mind, you cannot connect into that consciousness. All that you have to do is just move from the ego-ness to the awareness. And this is already connected. You don't have to do anything. There is no doership here. That's why it's very spontaneous. All that you have to do is just switch on to that awareness. When you go in the presence of a mystic or a avduta or a great master, what do you have to do? You don't have to sit there and with your mind think about this, think about that, what to do, and then practice, and then do breathing and do pranayam and then do yoga or send healing and all. Nothing is required. Because that energy is already radiating. You are in that field. That field is passing through you also. But you are not realizing, because it's passing through you means it's passing through your awareness. You are not in your awareness, you are somewhere else. You're busy doing something. So all the doing has to be just dropped. And just within seconds you can shift into awareness. That's the beauty of awareness. I have used this, my dear, all my life. Very powerfully and very successfully. It works wonders. And that is why I am sitting here and sharing this wonderful knowledge, this wonderful wisdom of awareness. Because I love others also to benefit from it. And I'm sure many are benefiting from it. Many are seeing it. I have not invented this. It was always there. So when I say I'm saying this is not my concept. This has been always there. But maybe I'm talking a different language, a different style of presenting it. Idea is to make you understand. That is achieved. My goal is achieved. My work is done. And as I told you, you need audacity. You need courage for all this. You need courage to walk on this path. Most of the courage is not about outside. It is about our inner world itself. We need the courage to deal with who we are first. What is the journey about? It's not about cleaning the whole world. It is cleaning myself. And if I am going to clean myself, purify myself, that means the impurity is within myself. So do I need courage to look outside? No, I need courage to look inside. When I don't have courage to look inside, my drishti is bahemukhi. Bahe drishti always. I'm outside. And all the inner suppressions, inner flaws that I suppress, I will throw it out through my bahe drishti. Because all the time I am in the outer world and believing existence and life is out there. The dual mind, the ego mind will always say this. This is Maya is real. So it will project all the time outside. All from within it will project outside. All the aggression, all the negativities, it will throw outside. It will see outside. It will judge outside. That is not good. This is not good. The government is not good. That crowd is not good. This set of people is not good. Those beliefs are not good. This system is not good. That is not good. These people are not good. All this is coming from where? The inner reflection. What I deny within, I see it outside. This is what the meaning of the world is your reflection. This is the true meaning of it. And why we see from outside as a reflection? Because we have shut our inner self. We are not transparent. We have to be a glass, transparent. The light passes, everything passes through us without being affected. But what happens when we put a shield of ignorance? What happens on the glass when you put a coat of film? What happens? That same glass becomes a mirror. Now instead of things passing through you, it is reflecting back. This is how the world seems a reflection. Why? Because I put a film coating within me. Till the film coating is there, I will see all my flaws outside there. That is what I am telling you. Whatever triggered me from outside, these few days were very learning for me. 2 days I was down. 2 days I regretted it because feeling very bad, guilty. Suddenly I had body pains. And I'm thinking, what's happening? Body is aching and all those things, so much achy. I thought it must be the Earth's transitions that's happening, and so many things are going on in this world. This symptom, that symptom. I thought it must be some of these and all. But when I closely observed, when did this start? Immediately I noticed the pattern. It was when this reaction was happening. See? How quickly it affects your body also. Why? What is pain? Body pain. What is pain? Pain is self-infliction. Pain is self-punishment. Always remember this. Any kind of pain is self-punishment. Self-punishment comes from where? Guilt. I have done something wrong. Something is wrong with me and I feel guilty. Oh my God. Why, how? Poor me. Bad me. Now what? How could this? You are condemning yourself. And when you have this guilt, you are attracting punishment to yourself. You are indirectly saying, I need punishment, I am a bad person. Immediately the body starts reacting and starts giving you that pain. 2 days of body pain, and I was thinking, what the hell? It took me 2 days to come back to that awareness and understand. Oh my God. Immediately I shifted and shifted and shifted and shifted and shifted and shifted. And within a day it was all gone. See how powerful it is. Every aspect within us reflects. Something in our mind, something that we punish ourselves. Imagine we are doing so much of punishments to ourselves all the time. By becoming aware of ourselves, we will deny so many, we will avoid so many of these problems that we cause to ourselves. It is self-infliction. Awareness is a beautiful gift for all of us. It will help us very beautifully, very powerfully on this journey. Again, as I said, you need courage. A lot of courage to deal with it. One beautiful person, beautiful soul, wrote to me once, I appreciate her mail and I should share this with you. She first wrote a mail to me saying that a lot of things are happening in her life, upheaval going on. A lot of physical discomforts, a lot of physical ailments, a lot of things, one after the other, it's not stopping. And suddenly it has begun. It was not there, and one after the other. It's not never ending. It's looking like, it's seeming like, it's a purging. She didn't say this, but I knew it is purging. It's called purging. And the body goes into purging. Body, mind, intellect. It's releasing suddenly. A lot of muck within, and then you agree that I should dump off this muck. And you activate some process within you that brings in enough light into that darkness. Depending on your intention and your intensity, you pull that kind of a light within you. Sometimes we might pull out of greed, or sometimes we might pull out of simply pure unknowingness. You don't know. You just want to get rid of this. The light responds. Whatever you ask shall be given. So she wrote to me. She didn't say all this, I'm just saying. She just wrote to me saying that, Bhaiya, this is happening suddenly, and all of a sudden it's happening, one after the other, I don't understand. But it was unlike the other emails. The other emails normally go into victim mode. Listen carefully. Most of the emails that we write to for help, please help me, is a victim email saying that I am afflicted by this problem. Give me a solution. The solution is within you. You are asking somebody else. Why asking somebody? Because I am in self-denial. I deny that I have the power. I deny that I can look into it. Maybe because I do not have the guts to look into my own flaws. I told you, the guilt caused me body pain. I should have the courage and guts to look into my guilt and my flaw first, if I need healing for that. Many of us deny that. Many of us, large percentage. That is why I sit helpless. Many people write emails. I say, you're not understanding the point. I'm not a healer. I'm not here for healing. I'm not sitting here to sit. You do anything in life and then you come and just put a mail and then I sit healing you. No, that's not my cup of tea. I will never do that also. Because it doesn't work that way. We got to pay a price for what we have done or what we are doing. How we are doing, if we are going wrong, we got to pay a price by being ready, by taking responsibility, saying that, okay, it is 100. Why does Gurudev say, I am 100% responsible for my life? Why does he say that again and again? I am 100%, say to yourself. Why? Because till you take responsibility for your life, you cannot heal. You cannot find solutions. Because you are in self-denial, you say, no, I am not done any wrong. I am a nice person, I am a gentleman or a lady, gentle lady. I have no flaws, but I have these problems. My dear, if you have problems, you are the culprit. Maybe not immediate culprit, you don't know about it, you are a culprit somewhere, it's coming back to you. You got to become aware, it's the law of karma, cause and effect. So when you take 100% responsibility for your life, what will happen is you get out of that damn victimhood. Saying that I am a victim, I have been treated poorly, I have been done this, I am doing that. A lot of mails comes about father-in-laws, mother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, this person, that person, they are this way, they are that way. It's a gift that you are getting back. What you do comes back. So instead of crying that this person is doing that way, world is that way, everybody is doing that way, these things are happening to me, nothing is going to work, I'm telling you. You keep on crying, you keep on being victimized, nothing is going to happen. It will only strengthen your sanskaras. And it will give you more of that problem. Please understand this. You don't get solution by crying it out. Crying it out, there are two ways of crying. One is crying by blaming the world and feeling self-pity. Oh, the poor me got affected, and keep crying. Poor me, I was so nice, Maybe you were nice, but surely you were not nice sometime before. With that person or that situation, whatever is coming back to you, it's coming back to you. It's justified. So that your awareness will show you, no, I have to become aware. Something I've done somewhere. So this is my own coming. Oh my God, I got to bear with this, bear with it. Now you ask is, okay, if I have to bear with it, how better can I bear with it? How do I deal with it? That is what today's topic is. How can you relate with people who don't relate with you? In awareness. You get into awareness. When you understand that you are the culprit, the first thing that will happen is the blame game will stop. The moment the blame game will stop, you're outside, you will close the windows. You keep the windows open, doors open, and peep outside. Why? Because the blame is outside and you keep poking outside. Your Bahya Drishti all the time. Bahya Drishti means you are seeing that, this person has done this person, and then you want to even see the reward of that. Oh, you have done this to me. I am looking and waiting and watching at you so that you get this punishment one day. Karma will get you, they say. Names are made, Karma will get you. Karma will get or not, karma is getting us also. Karma will work on everybody. But do you have to be a spectator and enjoy that scene? I mean, if somebody has done wrong to you, then you wait and watch. Your time will come. How much times do we say this? Even if we don't say this, how much time do we think about it and feel this way? Wait. As a child, we have been trained in the wrong way. Anything happens, God will punish you. Wait and see, God will punish you. You mean to say because you are saying God is going to punish? But the ego says, God will punish you. The feeling that time is, because I am saying this, you're going to get punished. No, my dear. Whether you say or not, whether you exist or not, if it has to come back to that person, it will come. Nobody can stop it. That's how karma works. Whether you like it or you don't like it. Whether you see it or you don't see it. So, if karma is anyhow going to work its own way, what is there for me to get bothered about it? When we say, wait and watch, karma will deal with you. And I am here as a spectator. You are wasting your precious time and energy, opening up those windows and peeping outside your soul. And Bahya Drishti, constantly being there to punish with your mind. And remember, when you punish somebody with your mind, that also is a karma. You don't have to literally do that. You say, no, I'm not doing anything. Karma is doing everything. But I'm just waiting and watching and waiting and watching for that thing to happen to that person. That means your intention is violence. You cannot violently act on that person because of some flaws. Maybe you cannot, or you don't want to fall into that. Or you're scared. And because you're scared, you can't do anything. So now you wait for that God to do something. Waiting for somebody to do something on others is as good as being involved in that crime itself. Do you know that? It is said that when you watch a crime and you don't do anything, it's as good as you are doing the crime itself. It is said. The world teaches this. Same thing. So if you're watching somebody and enjoying something, it's as good as you are being a part of it. And if you're a part of it, the same thing gonna come back. We got to be very careful with these thoughts, because we think we might get away from it. And these are the small catches which we in unawareness we do, and tomorrow becomes a problem for us. And the same we then crib and cry, this thing has happened to us. We're forgetting that we have been peeping out of the window wishing for something else to somebody. And when the same happens to us, we don't like closing the window and looking what is happening within us. We still scream outside, looking outside. Oh, inside something is happening, so you scream outside. It's a habit. That is victimization, self-victim, self-pity. So many of us, many who seek solutions in the self-victim mode will never get solution. It's a wrong approach to take healing from others by not taking responsibility for your own self. If there is responsibility, then first thing that will trigger within you is your consciousness. You will become aware of that. So you can make out from the emails also whether this person is in awareness while they write, or they are even aware what is happening to them, or are they just reacting and just crying out loud. This is one reason I don't respond to messengers. They say, hi, how are you? What have you been doing? How have you been? I know something is coming now. Next. too good to be true. I mean, so much of goodness suddenly. I mean, we have been there connected for so long. Suddenly once after, maybe they are in the friend list for years, and suddenly they remember me and say, how are you feeling? What are you doing? How have you been? I know that's fake. I know that's not concerned about my well-being. It is something about your well-being that is going to come now. This is an introduction. These are all cunning ways, actually. Cunning, why I call it? I'm being a little blunt. I'm assuming that you're in awareness listening to it so that you don't feel offended. If we feel offended, then we are still in the ego state of consciousness. We are not moved into awareness. Because this is not to hurt anybody. It doesn't benefit me anyways. I'm just trying to highlight certain aspects within us so that we can become aware of it and grow. This is not to pinpoint who's doing what. So don't get me wrong on that. That is why no chat business. I just tell, go and see the videos. You will come to know. I push most of the people that way. Do this, do that. How's this happening? How's that happening? My life, this is happening. There are genuine questions. But what I always watch is, if that mail or that communication is from a point of awareness, if it is from a point of awareness, I will do everything to help that person. Because I know somebody is genuinely trying, genuinely doing everything, and then there is a confusion, I can understand. But if nobody is taking any responsibility and then say, this is not my, you do this work for me. Hello? And then people get offended and go, oh, this guy is very egoistic, he doesn't respond and he feels so ego about himself and so high. You say whatever you want. You're still not going to get my response. If you try to trigger my ego and say that this guy is egoistic, and then out of ego I say, no, I'm not egoistic, I will help you. All tricks, tricks of the mind. If you are aware, you become aware of all this nonsense also. I'm telling you, it's very, 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 very difficult, close to impossible to fool somebody who is in awareness. I'm not talking about myself. You also be in awareness and see. Nobody can fool you. You'll see the game much before it has started. Maybe not even that person is aware of the game. See, I'm not talking about the emails. I'm talking about in general life. Today's topic is how do you relate with people who don't relate with you. I'm talking on that subject. I'm saying you will come to know the game of others even before they play the game. And funny thing is, many times they are not aware of that game. There are certain things, even in my family and all these things. I'm telling this because the same subjects I'm dealing with today. Sometimes they do something and they tell in a different cunning way, in a different dodging way, something else only it will be, nothing. But in crystal clarity you can see where they are coming from, where their root is, which they are also not aware. In the state of ego consciousness, they can just tell blah, 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 blah. They are not conscious beings. They don't know deep themselves only. But others who are conscious can know about them. But I don't know about myself. And though cunningly I say something to someone, in a very nice way. It might seem very polite and very nice, and it will look like it's a compliment to you. But somehow that seems very fishy, and in a few seconds and then I tell them, oh, so you mean this? You want this thing to be done? I say, no, I never said that. I am talking something. What are you talking about? You are talking about that only. They say, no, denial. The ego will deny now. No, I didn't mean that. And maybe even backfire at you. You are good for nothing. You are blaming me for something which I didn't do. Look at it. I am talking this and you are talking that. How can it be? And the whole blame game. Push the ball back into your court. And make you feel like a victim. Denial. I will never agree. self-defense. This happens with the world that you're relating with, what I'm talking with. In the world that you live in, all these things happen because most of the people that you're dealing are unconscious people. Unconscious not as in bad. I don't call them bad. I'm saying they're ignorant. They are not awakened. But if they are not awakened, it's not your fault. But if you are awakened, the benefit is that you are aware that why they are speaking that way. Why? Because they are not awakened. Oh, they are not awakened. Okay, fine. They are not active. They are not conscious. That is why they are saying. And when you see this, you will automatically become neutral. Your compassion, there will be compassion. They will say, oh, God, poor thing. Can't see it. You might try to attempt correcting or rectifying or telling the right way, and then you get backfired. When you get backfired again, you're in a state of awareness and you see, oh my God, pity. I can see why they're backfiring also. Unfortunate situation. Poor thing. You feel pity. You have compassion. You know, when this happens, you don't react in a very bad way. You don't hurt them, you don't hurt yourself. You save so much. This is what awareness can do to you. You have diffused the situation. So this happens when I'm relating to the people. I tell them, okay, sometimes I tell them blunt. Look, you are up to the same nonsense again. You're playing the same game. I get it. They are offended. How did you put this blame on me and that, this. I say, no, it is not the truth. No, I cannot be that way. Okay, fine. I'm sorry then. I misunderstood you. But I am 100% sure in my mind, internally I know they are up to that foul play. But they are not accepting it. I say, okay, they are not accepting because they are still in that ignorance. And whatever I do, if they are in ignorant state, it is never going to work. So why should I waste my time and energy? I say, okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood you. And I allow time to work on it. I don't take the responsibility of correcting and changing people. That's none of my business. Even if it is my own family members or my own loved ones. No. Nobody has given me the right to go and change people like that by force. I allow time to change them. Then I say time. I say, okay, time, let time teach you. I don't say a negative word again. If I am in ego consciousness, I will say, okay, karma will catch you. God will punish you. And see that day will come. This is ego consciousness. But if you are in awareness, you will say, okay, let time teach you. No problem. I'll wait. I pray that you get that conscious awareness as soon as possible. Because it will help you. I'm only trying to help you. Wish you good luck. Whenever that happens, let it happen. My prayers. Two different aspects. Got it? So you have dealt with a lot of people in that way. So I was talking about that person, that email, who wrote, Bhaiya, this is happening, and suddenly all these things triggered within my body, and ailments and all these things continuously I'm getting. I don't know what happened, but the sense of awareness was there in the mail, because she also wrote a line. She didn't say heal me or tell me, nothing. She explained this dilemma of hers, and then in the next line she wrote, I think probably it is because once I asked the light, I asked my guru, that I want to finish off this baggage in this lifetime itself, come what may. And I am noticing things are happening after that. Now are you getting it? This is somebody who is in awareness. The same example that I gave about my days. 2 days something happened, body pain and all that. I'm not cursing now. This thing happened, this situation happened, and I'm this, and I run around and do what, hoo-ha. I am discerning the situation myself and saying, okay, this is the cause, okay, I take care of it. I have gone to the roots and found, okay, this might be the cause. This may be the cause. I am not saying this is the cause. This may be the cause. Then I work on that. If that not, then this may be the cause. I work on that. This is how we do the healing, self-healing. So it's a probability that we are looking into. So this person already looked into this probability and she was confused. She was confused. She was not sure. Then she wrote a mail suggesting that these things are happening. But I saw that it is happening after that. That means she has done the self-study, she has done her homework, she has done her work. And then after that she is writing for some assistance. This is how the approach should be. Now I am not claiming that I did a big help or to her or something. Nothing I did. I just wrote one line to her. I said, in that case, rework means redo the same thing. If you have asked the light, if you have asked your guru that you help me shed all these things in this lifetime only, and things have triggered, now your body has gone into purging because it's immediately, quickly purging out the unwanted karmas, and you are unable to bear it. I just told her in one line, you will not be given what you can't bear. That's my experience at least. It might go to the extreme, but it will never go to the extreme that it will break you. Life will never give you something that you cannot bear. After a certain extent, till the maximum. That's how the things go. But still, I told her, but still, if you feel it is too overwhelming for you, then do a rework to the same light and to the same Guru Tattva, saying that, thank you for these experiences, but please help me cope with it. Or give me how much can I handle with the pure intention. If you say, it will happen. I remember Gurudev saying this once. The Kundalini was too much, when the Kundalini is activated and you are praying to the Ma Kundalini, Ma Jagrito Bhava. You are awakening the Kundalini, and when the Kundalini awakens through the grace of the Guru, and when you are doing your sadhanas, if sometimes it can get out of control, too much. And when that happens, there is too much of activity, there is a lot of kriyas that you can't bear with. So at that time, it was told to the master that the kriyas are too overwhelming because of the Kundalini. So overwhelming that it cannot be controlled, the kriyas cannot be controlled. The master said, make an intent within to the same Ma Kundalini Shakti, saying that, calm down. The same command that you gave, or the request that you made to the Ma Shakti to become Jagrat, and if it has become Jagrat in its own force, because you don't know, you are depending on your intensity of call, it will just come. If more powerful your intensity, the more powerful it will come. But sometimes you may not be able to handle it. So you can also request the same Mother Shakti, come down. Go easy. Because I am unable to handle it. And he said, the force will listen because it's your mother. That's how it works. So that was just a single line that I wrote to her, saying that you will not be given more than you can handle, what you can handle. And if it is too overwhelming, then make another request to the same force, to the same light, and to the same Guru Tattva, saying that help me manage or make it easy going for me, how much I can handle. Only one line I wrote. And then came a reply, which I never expected. Mostly people will write something or the other after that. She said something which I had said once upon a time in my life. She said, "No, Bhaiya, it's okay. I'll go through it. Let me go through it. Because I want to finish it as soon as possible." This is guts. This is courage. This is what I mean by saying, if you want to walk the path, you must have the guts. The same happened to me. Because it was my request to the Master. Request means I didn't go in front of him and say anything or write an email to him. Internal. Even while being in the physical vicinity, my communication maximum were internal, never external. That is how I learned about the Guru Tattva, because it was a kind of practice that was happening for me. Because that was a good platform for me to learn and today share the valuable insights on this wisdom. Because there I could internally communicate something to him, and I had the opportunity, blessed opportunity, to see the results of that even in physicality. Meaning, I communicate internally, but I get back a positive external physical communication on the same subject. That strengthened my understanding of the communication. And from there, that insights I am sharing it with you. All about the Guru Tattva. Oh, somebody is very angry here. Angry because I am talking the truth. Doesn't matter, carry on. So from that aspect, I came to know about it. And from then, I started sharing those insights here on these platforms. All the videos that I've made on the Guru Tattva, all the videos were pointing towards that. Ma, auto no. 1 second. Auto karne banno. Ve ara no ki. 1 second. Bada. Sorry about that. So this is what I meant to say by saying you need to have one second here. Just give me a second. Okay, this is what I meant to say when I say you need to have guts, literally. Because at the same time, when I was communicating with the Guru Tattva there also, a lot of communication happened from within, where I was talking, I need to dissolve a lot of things. And immediately there was a positive response which made me sick. And it went on for months. Now I could understand that this whole process began just after that communication. But somehow I was saying, let it go on. I'm telling you, it took me months, almost close to 1.5 years of the turmoils. Especially that happened in the body. That was purging. And my master knew it. Master was aware of it. But he wanted that purging to happen. Because the faster you get rid of your karmic stuff, it is your own nonsense. I mean, if I'm suffering from something, it is my own nonsense. If the body is undergoing a lot of pain and whatever purging is happening, where does that purging come from? It's my own nonsense that I put into my psyche, which is now resulting into that. It has to be released. What happens when there is a lot of energy coming in and when there is a lot of grace or light coming in? It is immediately throwing out at rapid speed all the unwanted stuff. So maybe you cannot handle it. Too much. That is how I could relate to that male. And that male came, and when that person herself said, I think it is because the moment I asked this, immediately after that, all these problems began. I could immediately relate to it, immediately understand what that person is saying. Purnima, are you here? Purnima Murthy, are you listening? Are you listening to this live talk? Purnima, are you here? Purnima from Bangalore? No? Oh, you're here. Because a lot of angry symbols are coming from you. I was curious to know. Are you in awareness? I mean, I don't understand this, Purnima ji. This happened before also. In the live you are there and you are clicking angry buttons continuously. And then you say sorry for it every time. Your kid is pressing that. All the lives, many lives this has happened. You are listening with closed eyes. Somebody is taking advantage there. Your kid might be having some khunnas with me, some karmic connection. So maybe that kid is finding an opportunity to get back. No, I trust you. That is the reason I asked you. Live only I am asking you this. I wanted to clarify because I don't want to sit chatting on this now. I have never chatted on this. Anyways, I was talking about that same courage that is needed. I could see in this person, and I immediately remembered my own story. I said, wow. And see, that reply also I could give, and that help I could give because of my experience. And I know this happens. I know many of the people who run away from the path after things become different. I'll tell you one thing. I'm just talking about my path. Most of the Kundalini path, the Shakti path, the path, rugged path, the path of the Siddhas, the Siddha Marg, where the Kundalini works, activations are done, or you get Shakti path. The path of Shakti path is very powerful. It is pure, sheer grace. If you are entitled to get it, and if you are in the right tune, frequency to get it, it will just come like a sharp lightning. You got to be the conductor of that. That is your eligibility. Not how good, bad, how pure, impure you are, but your intention. If your intention is pure, even if you are the most impure person, but if your intention is very pure, that connection happens and that deal happens and the workings happen, and then this path is all about surrender to the master and Shakti. Because Kundalini is something that we don't handle. Remember it. We are not here to give commands to the Kundalini and tell what it needs to do. Kundalini is what? It is the cosmic intelligence. It is the intelligent force, feminine force. Very intelligent. It knows what to do. It is Ma Prakriti. It is the same nature that has birthed us. It knows what to do. A lot of people today here. Elections going on. So there, surrender is what is needed. Many people get shaken in this path because I have seen this from long time before. People ask this. After me coming into the path, problems have increased. After me doing sadhana, problems have increased. So they think it is some kind of an ill fate or bad luck or bad omen or whatever. Because I tell you, the world has always taught us only one thing. Go by the gross. We are not taught to go inward. Everything is outward judgment. It's a comfortable world. We are trained in the comfortable world. Sit in the comforts. Enjoy the comforts. Anything that is discomfort is bad. Whereas the Siddha Marg is all about discomfort. The path of the mystics, the mystical mystics, the pathless path is all about discomfort. You see a mystic on the road. You look at them, their feature, their body. You think they are comfortable? You look at their appearance, look at the way they have maintained their bodies, look at the way they live in rags, in dirt, in openness, in the caves, under the trees, on the rocks, in the sand, in the forests, in the hot blazing sun, in the snow. You think that is comfortable? The Siddha Marg itself is the path of discomfort. Discomfort is not bad. But we have been always trained from childhood by the world, telling you that what is comfortable is the best for you. What is uncomfortable is bad for you. That is why this immediate trigger and reaction to anything that is discomfort. There is little discomfort in the body, we cannot sustain it. We will pop a pill immediately. We will take a tablet, we will take a medicine, we will run to the doctor, or we will get impatient, or we will ourselves get mood off, or something or the other. We will do something and get restless and panicky, blaming, victim, all those things happen. Why? Because there is discomfort. Have we put an attempt to understand why the discomfort is? What is discomfort? Where did the discomfort come from? Why everybody's discomfort and comfortableness changes from person to person? Why somebody has a lot of discomfort, somebody has little discomfort? It's the karmic equations, what you carry. If there are a lot of impurities in your body and mind and emotions, as soon as purging begins, there will be a lot of discomfort. The choice is yours. It's a conscious choice. You have a lifetime of, let's say, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years of life. And you like to take the discomfort, the karma of your own impurity in bits. You are happy with it. You say, let me have a little bit of discomfort today, then let me be well 2 days, and then after the third day again get another discomfort, then be it for 2 days good, then another discomfort. Let this go on for all the 60, 70, 80, 100 years that I am alive. What is this? This is prarabdha karma that is working out itself. It is exhausting itself. Because in this lifetime it has to give you that, what has been created. So this is one way to live. The other is the courageous, who say, let me get rid of this as soon as possible. As much as possible. Let me get rid of it. Because the moment you say that, the process will begin. Let me get rid of it. Shaktipat is that. Shaktipat is burning massive amount of karma with every sadhana. Especially during the Shaktipat process itself, the initiation process itself. And then begins the process of purification, purging. So the option is up to you, how fast you want to get rid of it. Those who are courageous will say, I am ready to handle it, let anything come. And when it comes, they bear through it. These are not ordinary people. They are extraordinary. They have had experiences. They have learned to deal with discomforts on a day-to-day life. Without fretting and fuming over why some discomfort is happening, but having the audacity and courage to look within and see where I am going wrong, what is happening, and then having the courage to change my own self. From where that problem is coming to me. Because I am aware now, if I don't change the seed, I will continue suffering the fruits of that seed, that plant. So one is I ignorantly say, no, I don't want to do anything about myself. My whole life, little by little, in installment, let me suffer. The other is who says, let me finish off with this, but at the same time, I take the responsibility to burn the balance. Please know, one is prarabdha karma, one is your sanchit karma. Sanchit karma is something that is in store that has not yet come to your stock. But it will come today or tomorrow, in this janma or next janma. Because you have got to finish all that stock. But all that stock will not come in one lot. It is given in installment. That is why you have multiple births. It is given in installment. You can't handle everything. So you have many janmas. You take all this and you go on finishing. Let's say you have 50 janmas. And if you finish this 50 janmas of all the quotas, let's say average, you are living 100 years. So that means 500 years of life you need to complete to finish your whole stock of karma, and then you get liberated. So 500 years cannot be granted to you like that. So we say, on an example, 100 years each into 50 years, 50 lifetimes. That is how you are allotted. That full stretch of 50 years or that full lifetime is called the sanchit karma, which is all in stock, not yet come down. But the one that you are currently living in this lifetime, what stock you have got, that is called your prarabdha karma. You got to deal with your prarabdha karma, because prarabdha is something that is activated and that has begun. It is a part and parcel of your process. But what you can do is, you can handle this prarabdha karma in neutrality, because when you go in neutrality, the friction is lesser, much lesser. It becomes more discomfort and more painful if you resist it or if you fight with it. Most of the time, many people ignorantly fight it. It is their own karmas that they fight with. And they end up creating more karmas, more miseries, more suffering, confusions, doubts. And then they say, oh my God, this is hell, let me run away from it. So prarabdha is something that is exhausting itself. It will give you the audacity to go in a neutral way, handling all your current life karmas. But your sadhana that you do every day with the grace of your Guru, this sadhana is powerful to manage the 49 other lifetimes that you have, that is sanchit karma that is waiting. That is what sadhana does. So what you are cleverly doing here is, you are working on your future quotas, that you don't need to go through all that misery again. But at the same time, this prarabdha karma which is active right now, you are handling it with neutrality. This is how you balance and walk through the path. Are you getting it? Now what happens is, many people who say, oh Lord, let me finish it in this janma. You know what challenge are you taking up? You are saying the 49 lifetimes into 100, 4,900 years of lifetime. I want to complete it in maybe one lifetime, or whatever is left, maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. So imagine, 20, 30 years you want to finish 4,900 years of karma. You know what can happen? That is why it is said, be careful of what you ask. Be very careful for what you ask for it may be granted. So whatever praise that we feel is a positive one, it's a nice one, be very careful, be very aware, completely aware of what you ask. I've told this, Bholenath is Bhola. It is a tatastu. He will not say, no, don't do this way, this will come to you, you might not be. You ask and you get it. This is what Lord Jesus said. Knock and the door shall be opened. Ask and you shall receive. Jesus is a mystic, he's an avdut, he's an avatar, who said the same words. He means this. Be careful of what you ask, you will get it. So I'm happy to have heard that mail, and even happy to share this with you today here, because it's a kind of learning for all of us. Where the person was very much aware of this thing, but also aware of the consequences. And when I confirmed, yes, this is what's happening to you, he said, okay, now it's confirmed, I'll take it. If you don't want to take it also, it's your wish. Again, you can make a request. No, it's okay. Let me have some more time for it. It will be adjusted. Depending on your pure intention, it is not that you just making you're calling the waiter and saying, hey, ek chai lao, ek chai cancel, pani leke aao, pani cancel, soda leke aao, cancel juice leke aao. It's not like that. Intention must be very, very pure. The intense seeking should be there. That is asking. Asking is not just closing your eyes and Bhagwan de do. If you say de do, the whole cells should speak the same language. You want it seriously. Should be that intense. That is pure intensity. And why you want it? It should be for a pure reason. That is pure intention. Why do I want it? The purest intention is what? Liberation. That nothing pure than that. I want to merge with you. You're telling the Lord, telling the Supreme, I want to merge with you. That's the highest, purest intention. What more pure can be there? So, intentions or prayers asked with this kind of intentions are very powerful. Especially if it is asked with the pure heart. It will be granted. I also want this life to be my last. It is not wishful thinking. We all want it to be the last, because who wants to remain around suffering here? I mean, the people who have become aware of the fakeness of this life and the illusion and the temporariness of everything, they will want to end it very quickly. Those who are still not convinced that this is not fake and hai isme maja aur hai, they can continue with it. That's how. So it's not just wishful thinking. This is the thinking, I'll get it. You got to do it. You got to be that. I think I missed out a couple of comments here. I saw in between, but since I was talking, I didn't want to interrupt, so I didn't take that. I'll just look into it. Yes, I was talking about the emails that came. So, if you look at these emails, I'll just read it. It's like, again, because I've explained everything, now you'll get to know very easily. Do you really need to write such mails, or do you need to explain these things, or now can you take care of it? So it says, I saw in one of your videos that you told about awareness, being aware all the time. Awareness means how to be aware. I don't understand it. I've tried my best to be aware by watching my thoughts and my activities as to what I'm doing with this body as a soul, but I'm confused. After that, the route changes immediately. But I'm confused. यहाँ तक समझ आया. Then suddenly, but I'm confused. With in-laws, how to avoid unnecessary conversations. Suddenly route बदल गया. Which is not at all needed, and over talk. It has suddenly gone into in-laws, the awareness. So here I'm just stopping and saying that, this is a desperate male actually saying all that you say about awareness and all, I understood. I try to practice, but I'm not getting it. I try to be aware through my soul and try to say that this is not my body. No, it's not by saying or thinking or feeling. And most of the thing, why are you practicing awareness? That is important. Why are you doing what you're doing? It's very important to see the quality of the result. It matters. The results matters. Why you're doing what you're doing, it matters. According to me, you are doing this awareness to get off the hooks of your in-laws. Because you wrote so beautifully, I am trying to do this and all, I have not understood and all, I try to take this as that thing that this is not a body and this is a soul, but I'm confused with it. How to avoid unnecessary conversation with in-laws suddenly? So that shows that you have been practicing or trying to do this awareness so that you can deal with the problems with your in-laws. Maybe it's a genuine problem. I don't say it's not. I am telling you, in-laws is a very common thing. Who doesn't know about in-laws? In-laws means, first thing that comes to mind is, many of the people even feel dreaded to marry is thinking about in-laws. I'm sure at least 85-90% of the females especially, they're scared of marriage because they're scared of in-laws. The kind of projection that they have heard, seen, and the kind of reaction that they get in, because it's a normal thing that way. If you see, because you are from one culture, then from other culture, the tradition differ, the lifestyle differ, family differs, and you are a stranger going into some other strange family, and then suddenly you got to get acquainted with everybody there, and they got to get acquainted with you there. So there are bound to be frictions. It's a natural thing, because suddenly two different species have come there. Pehle hi, in the species it doesn't go very smooth. In the family itself, they don't understand each other. Now imagine a stranger coming into that. What will happen? This all happens when there is a lot of ignorance. I mean, when people are not in awareness. Now I don't mean that the whole world get into awareness. That's not possible. But I'm saying, at least you are aware in that. You are one person who's aware, but the rest are not aware. So the whole thing that I'm telling you in this whole video is about your awareness and how can you relate with people who don't relate with you. Anyways, and I am telling you, because many of these things I don't look into. Because I'm not an astrologer, I'm not a person who will sit and, I'm not a counselor who will sit and tell you what your in-laws should be doing, what they should not be doing, or justify whether what they have done is right or wrong. I'm not in for that. So because many of the males come with petty problems, that person is doing this person is doing it. So I'm clearing it in one video and saying that victimization will never help. This is a victimized male, and you say, these things are happening to me, how do I get out of this? It's already feeling a victim. Maybe you are a victim, but if you want and you are trying to get a solution by being a victim, that will not help, I'm telling you. Maybe you have become a victim, okay, but for solution you have to get out of victimhood and come into awareness and ascertain the whole thing. And then see, be it in-laws or anybody, any kind of people coming into your life, it is how you relate to them than how they relate to you. If you have mastered awareness, then most of your problems will get sorted, because you will avoid most of the problems. I told you, with sharpened awareness, you can see when somebody is talking something, you can see what they actually mean. Because most of the time people don't talk what they mean, because they are scared that you might get offended, you might get angry, or something might happen, or they don't want to lose that contact, or they don't want problems or anything. So they might talk something, but if you are very careful observer, you will know where they are talking from. So irrespective of what people say, you will not look at what people say, you will look into what is the actual seed of what they are trying to say, and you will get the message. You will not sit there proving to them, no, you are telling a lie or something. No, that's not needed also. You have got the point. What somebody is trying to convey, you have got the point. Through your awareness, you have learned, scanned it, and understood why are they saying what they are saying. So you don't go by the words, you go by the intentions. You go by where that feeling is coming from, where the thought is coming from. And I'm telling you, those who are unaware, most of the time they will not be aware of it, from where they are talking. But you will be aware of where that thing is coming from. So if you are a person of awareness, you will not sit explaining to them, no, you have talked from that end, or it is coming from this end, or you mean this, you mean that. No, you will not go into all that jamela. You will understand where it is coming from, and then you will do what has to be done accordingly. You will be silent about it. Why? Because you have got the message. And that's more important in communication. Understanding what they really want. And then try to cater to that. So awareness will solve most of the problems, because don't go on the words. The physical attributes don't go. Most of the time it is false. I have seen very rarely, almost impossible, almost nil of people I meet in my life who are talking what is exactly inside them. Nobody talks that. Nobody is so honest enough to tell you exactly on the face, bluntly, this is this. Most of the time it is hidden, it is converted, it is manipulated, it is dodged. Inside is something, outside is something. So, as a practitioner of awareness, you come to know the fakeness of the world, and then you don't go by what people say or what people do. You look beyond that and you see where is all that actions coming from. So you'll know the intention. Master used to say, his words, he used to say, my Guru said, he used to say, my Guru said to me, when people come to you for something, don't look into their words or what they say. Read their intentions. Look into their intentions. Look into their energy. Look into their vibes. But not what they talk. Because what they talk is false. This is the words of the Master. And I just remembered this because it's the same thing I'm talking here. Obviously it comes from awareness. If you're aware. So, if you write all these long mails to me with stories, I am not reading the story because I have no interest in reading stories. I don't watch story kind of stuff also. I don't like stories. Stories is bundle. It's fake. It's not truth. You can change stories in 1,000 ways. You might have one story. Your in-laws might be having one story. Both have two different stories. Whom to listen to? None of them. How the world teaches? There are two parties involved in a conversation on a fight or quarrel or something, a tiff. So one person says, no, I cannot hear to just one side. I got to hear the other side of the story also. Because you will not say the other side of the story. The other person has another story. So let me listen to that, and then the judgment person will decide or have an opinion as to what is to be done. You listen from both sides. The judge. See, the judge. The judge passes the judgment based on listening to both the sides, not by one side. So the whole world functions on listening to both sides of the story, or sometimes only one side of the story. Most of us make the problems in our life because we listen to only one side of the story. Somebody tells us this person did that person told this, we will listen and we will immediately react. We have heard only one side of the story. Whoever it may be, it might be your dear ones also. Somebody who is very close to you. So if somebody is close to you does not mean that what story is told is the truth. So the other side of the story, this is what it functions. Most of the people don't hear, and the rest of the population hears both sides of the story to make a decision. But what I'm saying is, the people of awareness who are walking on the path of awareness and the spiritual path, who are conscious, they will not fall for both of these, listening to one story or listening to both sides. Because stories are stories. Stories can be manipulated. Listening to somebody's story does not mean you're listening to truth. Your awareness should be sharpened enough, your intellect, your insight should be so deep that in the words you don't catch the words. Through the words you catch the truth. And you catch the energy, you catch the intention. And that will give you viveka, that will give you the discrimination of what is real, what is unreal, what is right, what is wrong. This is the viveka, what the buddhi does. This is only if the buddhi is sharpened. With a dull intellect, it will listen to one story or both the stories and then make a judgment. And the judgment, see how hoax it is. You listen to one story that is fake, you listen to another story that is fake, and then I give my judgment and opinion which is also fake. You know why? This person told the story based on their sanskaras. This person told the story based on their sanskaras, which is not the truth. depending on their gunas, they have told, now I am giving an opinion and judgment based on my sanskaras and my gunas. That is how I see things. So whenever I listen to stories, I will automatically go into my own story. I will bring out my own experience that I have had with that kind of a problem or issue. And then my impurity, my samskaras will come up, my gunas will come up, and that gunas will decide, make a judgment and throw it out into the world, which is also false. When you understand this, when I tell you the world is fake, the whole world is unreal, everything that is operating is so much of lies, everything is lie, there is nothing truth anywhere you see. I am not saying that somebody is lying or some systems are corrupt and all. I am talking from these terms. Because everybody is acting from their own sanskaras. And they are acting from their own sanskaras. And if there is lack of integrity, what is the truth will never be revealed. There is always manipulation going on with every single person, every single human being. Day in, day out, you see all the lives on earth live in this false identification of this false I, because it is only projecting all the time outside the false I. See one small thing, you see your own profile, a Facebook profile or Instagram, any profile you see. You just observe and think about it and see, is this the real me? Immediately your awareness will tell you this is not the real you. You are something else. But we project to the world as something else. That becomes our image. That becomes our personality. And that becomes how we are known for. Perhaps that is what hurted me little yesterday or day before yesterday. 2-3 days back. When I found a flaw within me, the first thing that hurt me was, wow, this thing exists within me. I thought it's not there. The ego mind. Ego might be something like, this and within me? Because I was thinking I'm so pure and divine. How can this happen? The ego mind. Why? Because I have presented myself as divine. I look into my posts and look into my Facebook and all those things. Everywhere there is divinity. Where are the flaws of mine? There is no flaw of mine. So if there is no flaw, does it mean that I don't have a flaw? If it doesn't reflect on my social media? No, there are flaws, but I don't show it. So if I don't show it, that means it's a fake. It's not true. Something that I'm hiding. Obviously, you cannot put all your flaws into the world. That's not what I'm saying. You start putting all your... वैसा था तो ना, I would have told you what the flaw is. Oh, I have to reveal everything to you. No, it's not revealed. It's all about your own self. How much are we hiding this? If you become aware that, you are presenting not the full truth, but half truth about you. Only your awareness is enough, and you continue promoting yourself, no problem. Continue presenting yourself the way you are, in the way you need to function in the world and all that, that's fine. But be aware of it at the same time. That is what I'm trying to say. Don't become aware like people. People might think, oh, you're a divine person, you're a pure person. Don't go by that. You will have a lot of comments, you're a divine person, you're a pure person. And then I repeatedly hear, and then I feel, I'm a pure person. I'm a divine person. And then I start believing that which is coming out from somebody else's judgment, which might not be true. Poor thing, they are offering their comments or their views or opinions about you based on how much they know you, and how much can anybody know anybody on the internet. You are what you see. So all that you see is only good. So naturally they will have the opinion of you are pure. And that is how they compliment you. I mean, thank you for your compliments. But I'm telling you, these are the catches. I should be aware. Okay, they are doing it. They are doing it out of their good things. And that's fine. But I don't get carried away with that. This is what means by don't get carried away by praises. If you don't get carried away by compliments and praises, and because if you get carried away, only the ego starts boosting, and then you start feeling that. The false I strengthens itself and says, yes, I am this. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? But when you accept, when you see within and you see, then you know there is a falseness. Oh, somebody is praising. Oh, poor thing. Oh, they know so much about me, so kind. Thank you for your good words. Thank you. But inside I know, no, I am not completely that. But I am not holding guilt for it. No, I am bad. That's okay. They have done a good thing. They have done according to their views. God bless you. But I don't get carried away with that false personality. This helps you stay grounded. Somebody had asked me in one mail, how do you remain grounded? This is one way. Awareness. I know what I am. So you don't get carried away. And that is what they say, you don't get carried away by praise. If you can handle that well, then you don't get sunk when you get insults. You can bear that also. People talk so much. I have learned so much all these years. I can't tell you the kind of trauma that I had handling all that. Appa, what do you call appas? Rumors, so much of wrong rumors, and so much, heights of, you can't imagine. When you have not put your hand, when you have done it inside, you're guilty, you say, okay, somebody is saying that, okay, fine. But when you have not done it, it's very traumatic. And everywhere you have been projected in the wrong way and all that. So it's people's opinion, it's insult, handling insult. I handled that, not for days, for years together. Starting how I was handling it was different, but over the period of time, it changed. Once you get little maturity in that, you will understand, okay, why people do why they do, and what's happening, what's the world, and what they are telling, is that really you? It's not you. Then when you understand that, you start relaxing. You say, okay, it's done by the flaws. So this is what the true meaning is about not getting carried away by praises, not by falling. This carrying away by ups and downs is when you are not rooted in your awareness, but in your personality that you have created. That is a false I. Awareness is real I, shifting into the real I. So continuing with this, these are all stories. Again, I don't want to get into it, but still maybe some help might come in here. How to avoid unnecessary conversations with my in-laws, which is not needed at all, and all over talk, which they always talk bad about me, and how to be aware at that time of these conversations. This message I didn't understand. See, it's beautiful. What you have written is very honest, very nice. But again, I'm telling you, please understand, I can very clearly see that you have been doing it only in the time of distress. You're trying to get into awareness when you have a distress. So when you have a problem, you're getting into distress, you are getting into awareness. So you are practicing awareness to get out of something, to get out of discomfort and to feel comfortable. Intentions. This is what matters. I can see it very clear here. So the intention matters. Intention should be higher. Not just to put you out of discomfort and put you back into comfort. That is ego consciousness. Putting you into comfort, as I mentioned before, is ego consciousness. It wants to be comforted. It wants to feel good all the time. No discomfort. A little discomfort, I can't take it. A little insult from somewhere, I can't take it. A little somebody talks negative, I can't take it. In-laws, conversation. They are having conversation. They are not hitting her also. They are talking some unwanted talks. Now why are you getting affected? Because you are not rooted in your awareness. You are in the ego consciousness or retaliation. And now you say, When they talk bad about me, how to be aware at that time? No, that's wrong. You got to practice awareness all the time. And when that practice becomes you, when you are able to shift in and out, you see yourself shifting in and out and getting into conscious, and you practice with little thing, it keeps on developing. And that prepares you for situations like this. But if you have fallen into that situation, you have never practiced. After falling into that situation, then you remember awareness and then you try to say, I am not the body. It won't work. You're getting it? I am not the body, I am not the mind. That should become a part of you through practice, regular practice. So it's something that you build up slowly. Meghnaji, any practices to build awareness? A lot of videos I've put there. I've been doing all this for the past almost 2 years now. Only talking about tools to build up awareness, practice awareness. Multiple in my YouTube channel, you can see Shifting into Awareness YouTube channel. If you see, there are many. You can see which is of your choice and find out how to. But over the period of time, again, I am working towards building up those kind of tools and putting it all on my website in one place, because it's all scattered now, I know. So I'm making it a proper sequence and having step by step and very proper tools, and raising, not immediately into higher awareness, first the lower ones and then the higher. I'm trying to put that. It might take a month or so. Within a month I should be able to complete it and put it all in the video sequences and text and images and all that, so that people can understand it. Those are new to this, very difficult, because many times people see this video and they don't get what is this all about. Then I have to again talk about awareness. What is awareness? So it becomes difficult. So if it is on the website, I can always say that. I'm trying to do that. So then she says, I have a baby which is difficult for me to be aware all the time. Why? If you have a baby, why it is difficult for you to be aware? That means you have got the awareness thing wrong. If you have a baby, it's not something that you got to give attention to the baby, and then after you are free from the duty of the baby, then you get free time for yourself, then you get into awareness. No. Awareness is as good as your breath. Whether you are with the baby or not with the baby, you are breathing. You breathe when you are not with the baby, you breathe when you are with the baby. It's your breath. It's like saying, awareness, it's like saying, I can't breathe because I am busy with my baby. I'll breathe when I get free from it. Is it possible? It's not impossible, right? It's just like that. Awareness is your consciousness. You are consciously handling the baby. Why can't you handle the baby in mindfulness, in awareness? Anything that you do, any work that you do, you look into the videos, you'll come to know, step by step. Anything that you do it with awareness. Handling your baby, do it with awareness. Listening to rumors, do it with awareness. My in-laws are talking some nonsense and they want me to be a part of their conversation, but I want to avoid it. But literally they pull me into that talks and gossips about the neighbors and all that. And they compare me with others. And from day one I'm facing all these kind of problems. Some personal things which I don't want to say again. Sometimes they are so loud and they abuse, which I ignore. And all these things are diverting me, and I am unable to concentrate on my sadhana and be aware. This is a general... see, that's what we are trying to say here is, sadhana is the time where you give yourself to. Maybe you might have a private space there, but the rest of the time you are vulnerable to the world. You are living in the world. That is why importance is given to the awareness. You develop your awareness. You learn how to shift into awareness, where you are a neutral person, where you are a witnesser. This is not a witness. This is a reactor. This is a victim. I've been affected. And not just affected, you are giving back to them also something. They are this, they are that. So that means you are firing back also, retaliation. This will never give you peace, because where is this coming from? This retaliation, this humiliation, this feeling bad, hurt, and this feeling distressed. Where this is coming from? This is coming from the ego consciousness. Because you are deeply rooted in the ego consciousness and you're only thinking of the awareness. Thinking of awareness, nothing is going to happen. You got to shift into awareness. Pull back. Not of thinking. Shift into awareness. You become that and you start practicing witnessing it. See for a while what will happen if somebody is talking and you don't react. See, it will be magic. If you have constantly given somebody response and irritation, somebody is triggering you, putting some gossip, then they're firing you and they're telling something and you're irritated, angry, you react and you're sad, you're depressed. Let me tell you one secret. Why people do that to you? Why do people hurt you? Why do people taunt you? Why do people be sarcastic about you? What is their intention when people taunt you? What is their intention when somebody negatively talks about you? What is their intention when somebody is gossiping about you? Please understand, normal thing. Anybody will tell this. The intention is to pull you down. Simple. To make you feel unhappy. Why? There might be many reasons. If I'm jealous with you, I'm jealous about your happiness and peace. I have not got peace in my whole life. I've grown up like this. I'm impatient, restless, triggered. All my life I've lived like that. And now somebody is coming into my house and that person is looking peaceful. That person is somebody who's doing sadhana, who's centered, who's little calm, and who feels a little joyful. I can't take it. All my life I've lived this way, and in my house I have lived so troublesome, like a victim. And you mean to say in the same space you are going to live peacefully, happily? That too when I am a senior, and that too when I have more authority in this house than you. How dare you be happy and peaceful, which I cannot attain in my life? Are you seeing the whole catch? I'm not saying that person is bad. Maybe it is coming from their own traumas. Maybe from childhood traumas, whole life traumas that they are carrying. I told you, bottled up, volcano. And when they see people like you, they burst out. It is not you. I told you, the crowd who's attacking the streets everywhere, they are not attacking because they are supporting that cause. No, it is their own frustration that they are throwing it out. They got an opportunity now, like-minded people who are all volcanoes. And now my volcano, I need to express it. My anger, I throw it out. In the name of something else. Are you getting it? Fake. But everybody looks at it, oh, they are doing it for a cause. Nobody is doing it for a cause. They are doing it because they have deep traumas, unresolved issues within themselves. All the criminals have unresolved issues within themselves. Until that is dealt, nothing will happen. You put them into the prison, you do whatever. Sanskaras will still be there, right? You put them in the prisons, they will be scared of you. They will not do anything. Sanskaras will be there. You go out in the world, it will come back again. So, the root cause has to be identified. So when you're looking at the world, when you understand all these things, I'm giving so many examples so that you understand even your in-laws or anybody, they are not different from the world. Everybody has their own insecurities. Everybody has their own darkness. So maybe the darkness is jealousy. You don't know. Maybe. Now if they are jealous, you are not going to retaliate and say, how can you be jealous? I have found out through my awareness you are jealous. Now how can you do that? You don't dare do that. It's wrong to be punishing me for your jealousy. No. When you are in awareness, you will look that as compassion. we'll say that, oh, poor thing, somebody is suffering in there. That suffering is so volatile, they cannot bear it. Now they are finding a reason, and I've become a reason. And looking at me, that suffering is intensified in them. So when you look at them in this kind of a awareness, you'll be amused. First you'll be amused, then you'll feel pity, then you'll feel compassion, then you'll feel kindness. So much they are suffering. They'll be telling you something, but you look at them in something else, because the actual drama now you're focusing on, not on the words. You're seeing the inside. Where is it coming from? Oh, so much. When you do that, you are at peace. When you are at peace, that thing, you are not retaliating. You have moved from your ego consciousness into awareness. And when that happens, the other person is now seeing what? They are seeing that you are peaceful. What will happen? You think they will drop the guns? No. Why? Normally, this is how I have dealt with people, and I have studied this. Anybody who tries to pull you down, or make you angry deliberately, or make you feel stupid, or shame you, a lot of shaming you, and tell you you are good for nothing. They are doing that to bring your state of consciousness down to where they are. They are at a certain low vibration. Now they cannot stand somebody who is a little higher than that. So they deliberately pull you down to that level. How can they pull you down? First, by triggering you. Because imagine you are in a nice peaceful state. You are in a good state of consciousness. How do I bring down this consciousness? I think about some bad thoughts, think about some insults, think about some bad traumas, anything negative, and immediately my consciousness will coming down. And then I'll start feeling bad, guilty, and all that stuff. And the moment I'm feeling guilty, bad, angry, disgust, depressed, consciousness has gone down. So अब हो गई बात बराबर के साथ, बराबर के conversations. Please understand, this is the physics, this is the chemistry, this is the biology of all these attitudes that happen. When people shame you or try to put you down, it is nothing but to stop you directly or indirectly in what you're doing. They can't stand that. They don't want you to do that. Most of the time it's jealousy. Most of the time in in-laws it is jealousy only, especially the ladies. A senior lady is always jealous of the junior lady. Oh, saas bhi kabhi bahu thi, same thing. She was once upon a time in that she had her own traumas, she has faced that. So she will say, I have been through a life like this. How can you, when you are in that same role, go it so easy? This is not how it functions, Damn it. And how can you escape it so easily? I have suffered so much. Now you got to go through it. I'm telling you, it's all this lower consciousness thinking. You will get affected only when you play with that level. Don't come down from your level. Level means what? I'm not talking from the ego point of view. Mera level ye hai. No. I'm talking level of your consciousness. That state of consciousness, that awareness, stay in that. Stay rooted in that and see what will happen. It will change. Pasa paltega. But it will take time and it has to be genuine. You cannot be faking it out. Oh, nothing affects me. I'm with a smile. You tell whatever you want to, but inside, volcano is now erupting. That will never work. That will cause worse. Inside only you have to be peaceful. How can you be peaceful? By what I said. Being centered, by being witness, seeing that person's misery, understanding where that person is coming from, and having compassion and kindness. Oh, what it is. You don't have to tell them, I'm compassionate. Feel it from within. Because when you suddenly look at a person who's behaving wrongly with you, with a different eyes, magic can happen. Because बराबरी की नहीं हो रही है, टक्कर. You are from higher, you are peeping this way and नहीं होता. This is very powerful. The stare is very powerful. Not the ego stare. That will create problems. Stare of the awareness. Generation gap and coming from whatever you call it, generation you call it, the gaps you call it, these are all society words. What people have, genetics, hereditary, these are all vocabulary. I am talking only about human emotions. Understand the emotions, the science of emotions, the science of sanskaras, the science of the gunas. You first understand deeply within us, within myself. My gunas, how it is acting on me, my sanskaras, how it is acting on me. So if it is acting this way in me, once I master it, I understand it, I will know the science what is happening in others' bodies also. That is how you gain mastery. First you study it on yourself and master yourself. So when you start doing it on yourself, you become very compassionate with yourself. You become very kind with yourself. You are easygoing with yourself. You treat yourself well. That is what is meant by I accept myself the way I am, I love myself the way I am, I forgive myself for whoever I am. Means I am accepting myself. I am being nice on myself. Why? Because I know all these traumas, all these things are deeply coming from my own sufferings, from my traumas, from my karmas. It's coming from there. But the real me is not bad. Real me, I am a good person. I'm a nice person. I'm a nice soul. But these sanskaras are making me this way. So I'll have compassion towards myself. I'll go easy with myself. I'll treat myself with a lot of love and care. This is what is meant by I love myself. Love yourself, when they say, it is this. So when you love yourself, when you accept yourself, when you forgive yourself in completeness, then you will be able to project it towards others. And then only you will be able to accept others, love others, forgive others easily. So when you apply this to others, it will reach out. Because the reaction is different, the energy is different. First they trigger something and you come to their level and you trigger another bullet from here. They throw a bomb from here, you throw a bomb from here. Even if you don't speak, energies are volatile, frictions. But if you go into that silent mode and you watch with compassion, next time just try it. Try it. It might not be easy. And don't try it just directly there. Practice awareness first. Practice a lot of awareness. And with that awareness, with that experience, you go there and implement it there. Watch and see. The first time I'm telling you, when you do that, there will be double reaction. That is your test. If you are not serious about it, you will fall. If you're serious, you will stick more firmly. Why there will be a double reaction? Because the intention of any person who wants to hurt you is to pull you down, to see you unhappy. Plain words. If you're unhappy, they're happy. But now imagine they're trying to do that and you are still this way. The force might increase or some other tactic might come, some things might come. That is the main test. I mean, if you really want to get out of this, I'm trying to tell you, and it might not happen just overnight. It might take weeks to months to years of how you are practicing it, how you are doing it. But it has a permanent solution. Because once you stay in that center, people should get used to you, to knowing that you cannot be pulled down. Till now what they have seen is, oh, I know the weak point of this person. I trigger that button and this person comes down. So they will know exactly which turn to do. That is what is happening with you repeatedly. Shaming you, talking about you to others, comparing you with others. Because, comparing is one tool. They don't want to, they are not bothered about comparison. They know how to pull you down. You try it and see. In relationships, this happens. First, small things they will do. And if you don't feel upset and sad, if you continue to remain joyful, you will see more powerful things coming. Something or the other will come. Even made up things and all those things will come. Somehow to pull you down. Probably this is what's happening. So if you are a person who is doing sadhana and all, maybe you have not reacted very well according to how they want. So another bomb now is compare yourself with the neighbor person and say, look at that person. Because that they know, इससे नहीं बात चली तो this is a beautiful bomb trigger. Why? Because the ego self in you is very strong. I am great. So they will know how to poke that ego. They will say, you are not great. Look at that girl. So nice that person is. Look at that daughter-in-law. So beautiful. So nice. The way they learn from them. Comparing. What is actually done is ego puncture. Because you are living in an perfect sense, thinking that I am this. Somebody is telling you are not that. And when you are strongly rooted in that ego consciousness, you will feel hurt. How dare you say that? Then you feel hurt. Maybe you might not retaliate, but you will catch that in your heart. And that's what coming in your mail. That I feel hurt. You're comparing me to someone. So what if they're comparing with somebody? Just understand these concepts and see it's your false personality. And that's not the real you. So when you work from that point, you will not get hurt. You'll say, okay, you're saying that, okay, I know who I am. It's okay, you're saying it from your perspective, but I know who I am. Because I am me, I know myself better. So I give only myself the right to decide, not anybody the right. So you say, you have the right freedom of speech, go ahead. But that's not going to penetrate me because I know the truth. If you get hurt, that means you're agreeing to what they say. Are you getting it? Anytime you get hurt by people, by whatever allegations or whatever things that they do to you, it just means you're accepting it. And if you go in the same war front, then you have sure shot agreed to it. But if you retaliate in a state of peace, in a different mode, in a silent mode, you have won half the battle. First they'll be confused, then they'll attempt. They'll do it again and again. Because they have seen another side of you, now suddenly another. So what they will think is, this new thing is a temporary thing. You have just changed something, you are acting. Because you are not this, now you are acting. So this is not the real you. So if you are acting, this is temporary. So I'll continue my work on you. I know you are not that. Now your challenge is that you got to be that. Because you are on the path. You got to be rooted in that. You practice it more and more. And when you stay firm, over a period of time the attacks will come, and then they should understand that this person is unable to be shaken up. Whatever I do, whatever I say, whatever I think, whatever I do, this person is not moving from that state of peace and calmness. Sooner or later they will give up. They will understand you can't be played with. You're firm in your, without violence. Non-violence is this. The Master used to often talk about non-violence in this manner. How powerful this non-violence is. He often used to tell stories about Lord Parshurama, how he was granted the Sri Vidya by Lord Dattatreya, on the condition that Lord Dattatreya took the vow from him that you will be non-violent. Because Lord Parshurama was known for violence, anger, killing. But when he repented, when Parshurama repented, he said, what a futile thing. What happened? What have I gained in all this? And when he repents, that is the time when Lord Dattatreya prays in front of him, saying that this is the right time now, because he is a divine person. He was in the wrong place. So life lessons had to be learned. Now he has learned the lessons. So he does his penance. Lord Parshurama does his penance. He does his tapascharya to, not simply by feeling that I have done a wrong. He does intense years of tapas to wash those sins. only then he is granted the wisdom of Sri Vidya by Lord Dattatreya, on the condition that you will be non-violent. That was the first precondition that was made. Non-violence. Non-violence not just in physical, even in mind. Mind violence is most pathetic. This is what Master used to explain many times. But non-violence. Shivayogi means non-violence. Being a Shivayogi, the first oath taken on this path of being a Shivayogi is that I will be non-violent in thoughts, words and actions. That is a Shivayogi. The first and prime responsibility of a Shivayogi. I don't know those videos are there or not, but this was there. I don't know on what topic this was. Because I remember making these videos. In Karjat, Gurudev used to talk very seriously about this. And for hours we used to be talking on this and we used to make those videos. I forgot on what. If anybody of you can remember that. Where he used to talk about the story of Lord Parshurama and the Shivayogi masters. It was a beautiful topic. So that all came from there. And when he's talking that seriously, this is what seriously happens in the lineage also. You know, Shivayogi means that is the quality, prime quality. We ignore all these things, but this is the prime quality. You imagine one thin, half-nude person, half-nude person who's thin, an old, frail, fragile kind of a person brings freedom to the country, the whole country, with non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi. The power of non-violence. Putting an entire nation to freedom, walking the path of peace, no retaliations, absolute peace. Peace of what? From the thought level itself, not just physical. Thought level itself, that peace radiated. That's the power of peace. So here we are talking about nations with millions of people, and on the other side we are talking about in-laws with a couple of people. You can see this comparison that I'm making. What I'm trying to say is, this is what the Master said. The qualities of a Shivayogi. You might want to dwell on that. And then come to a state of non-violence. So stop being non-violent with them. You might say, I'm not non-violent. They are attacking me all the time. I'm sitting. No, I'm saying what is the volcano within you, that is violence. Your energy is palpable. They are not aware of your energies, but your energy works and they retaliate subconsciously to your energies. Over a time, if you keep building that peace around you, aura of peace around you, slowly they will attune to that. It's my personal experience. One more mail I'll read. It's from a genuine kind of a mail. When you evolve in spiritual experiences, I see a lot of family issues coming up. For example, I feel sometimes I have no connection with my family. Feel that all is drama that is going on. I realized that what earlier I thought was a relationship problem is actually there since all the childhood. She's saying that earlier she thought this is some relation issues, but then I noticed that from childhood only this drama is going on. There is nothing else other than forgiveness and unconditional love to be done. What else is there? She's saying, what else is there other than unconditional love and forgiveness? It seems to be a surrender. I have lost the game. What else to do then other than forgiveness and unconditional love? Because further she says, the masters say that you have chosen parents which, you are the person who has chosen parents, which I agree totally. But what next then? When all I see is all drama. Sometimes I feel like running away and going into the mountains and going into deep sadhana. All do love me, but sometimes I feel numb. I have to act because they like me. They don't like me being fully spiritual. They say experience the world also, be in the world also. But Bhaiya, I have experienced everything. Now I like the energies. I like self-transformation. So in the end, I end up acting or staying silent or sometimes venting out anger. I don't understand what's going on. So this dear one, I think this video has explained the same thing to you. I read it out in the later part, this email. I've explained the same thing. The whole thing that you've mentioned here. And see, one mail there, this is another mail, and the things that I talked about, my life experiences and multiple examples that I gave, it will give you an idea that the whole world is functioning this way. You are not alone. All that we think is my problem, too much in my house, everywhere it's happening. Why it is happening? Because of the sanskaras, because of the gunas. People are acting on the gunas. And we as seekers on the path of light, what makes us different? It will not make us different if we also act under the impulse of the gunas and the sanskaras, ignorantly. What makes us different? We become aware of the gunas. We know what this guna can make me do. And that awareness, I say, no, I will not act upon my gunas or my sanskaras. When you say that, and when you keep rooted yourself in awareness, you are changing the gunas. Telling you, if you are not watering the gunas, you are slowly fading it away. This is the rajas and the tamas gunas that is acting upon in various ways. So this whole platform of life is our battlefield. What is the Kurukshetra, what we call as? Our consciousness is Lord Krishna. Our intellect and the mind is Krishna. You can call Lord Krishna as your intellect also, Viveka, Buddhi, which is giving you the correct identification and discrimination of what is real, what is unreal. You can say Lord Krishna is the centered Buddhi. The mind is the Arjuna that is seeking and learning. It is confused on this battlefield of life. Always traumatized with all these things. Now who's giving the answers to all this? Krishna. The Viveka. Viveka will only come when your awareness, your consciousness goes here. Not in the ego consciousness. Ego consciousness is mind. Arjuna is confused because he is the mind. He is operating at the ego level, the mind level. So he is confused and he looks upon the intellect. The intellect is beyond this, not ego consciousness. It's pure awareness. So the intellect is now guiding properly the mind. What needs to be done in this Kurukshetra battlefield of life? It's all about life. And then listening to the intellect, the mind gets tamed. Chidakasha Gita talks entirely about this. Sharpening the Krishna consciousness, the intellect, the buddhi. That is why he says the buddhi should always be the master. Mind should be its subordinate. Then only things will work perfectly. Okay, somewhere you wrote that you feel like running away and going into the mountains and do deep sadhana. Never do that. Never do that. These are escapisms. This is something that, again I'm telling you, it's rooted from the ego consciousness. Because it's something that the ego cannot bear, it cannot take. When we say I cannot take it anymore, it's not the awareness that is saying it. Only the ego can say I cannot take it anymore. I think I'll collapse. I think I'll run away. I think I'll commit suicide. The ego consciousness. Because that doesn't want to bend, that doesn't want to learn, that doesn't want to change, that doesn't want to transform. That doesn't want to look into oneself and take responsibility for one's own life. When the responsibility is not taken, the world is blamed, the situations are blamed, and then I become a victim, and then I try to hang myself or run away to the mountains. Are you getting it? It's a myth. Going to the mountains, even I've seen many times when I've had problems, I thought, let me go and spend some time there and come. When I did that, it was futile. Because what we forget is, wherever we go, we carry the mind and go. Mind we don't leave back. They say, I'm having frustrated times, very tired. Enough, I need a break. Let me go to the Hawaii. Or let me go to a certain islands and spend my time there. Have a picnic and come back. And I go, taking my mind off. I don't want to have this. But I forget that. Mind I cannot leave back at home. I carry the same mind in the journey, in the place that I am supposed to be relaxed, and I don't find myself relaxed. In the picnic or in that beautiful retreat, also my mind will be bothered all the time. Because the mind is with me. I've carried it everywhere. We don't realize that the mind is the problem. So we run away from the person or the place. That is not the thing. The mind. We run away with the culprit itself. Wherever we are running, the mind is running with us. Where can we run from? We cannot run from. The person who have realized this, they say, oh, I cannot get rid of this mind. Mind is the root cause of everything. Let me finish it off. You see? When they say, I want to die, and you give a gun, most of the people, they don't put here or in the stomach or somewhere. Put it here. Mind. They want to end it off here. Reflex action, it goes there. You do everything, you only disconnect your mind. You're always trying to disconnect your mind, consciously or subconsciously. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Because even with death, all that is left behind is the body. The mind goes with you. Sukshma Sharir mein, mind also is a part of it. The mind goes along with that. So, what does this really mean is, chutkara nahi hai mind se. You cannot dislodge your mind because it is something that you have created. Mind is your creation. If you study the Sankhya philosophy, you will understand how the things developed. All the shariras developed. One by one they developed. Jnanamaya kosha came after the bliss body. Because there was Jnanamaya kosha only, Manomaya kosha came. From there, Manomaya kosha, mind was born. And from there the prana, and from there the body came. Body comes last. So the mind has been created somewhere by you. How was the mind created? By karmas. Karmas get stored there. With the mind you operate. You retaliate. You also work out your karmas through your mind. So mind can never be destroyed. It can be only dissolved by dissolving the contents in the mind. You cannot throw away mind just like that. You cannot get rid of mind just like that. Contents will go with you. That's karma. It sticks with you. Only option is work it out. Dissolve it through sadhana, through these practices. That is when the peace will start coming there. When the peace starts coming here with your awareness, when this starts getting settled down, when the contents become purer and empty, the peace will naturally start settling down. And then this will reflect everywhere. Peace is what you see everywhere. So slowly, the reactions become, I am not saying it will go immediately. It will start dying down slowly. It will become lesser and lesser. All the retaliations lesser and lesser. You will become calmer and calmer. It means what? Karma is getting dissolved. All the impurities are going. And the more you become calmer, the less people will play with you. Because once they know you, once they know your personality, They will not try that. Because it's a waste of energy. It's more frustrating, imagine, to get no response from somebody. It's very frustrating, I'm telling you. Rather than that, they say, I don't do anything. Because my head, my God, this guy is driving me crazy. Why? Because he is not reacting. I'm telling him so many things, he's not listening only. Nothing has happened to him. And then what happens? I get crazy, I become crazy, I'm going mad. Dear ones, I've seen this in my life happening. The people have said, I'm going mad. I can't bear this person anymore. When I've not done a single thing to them. I've just been centered there. Without shaking, firmly, deeply rooted in my awareness. I've seen people flee from my life. Just because they can't, I'm unbearable to them. Unbearable, I'm not doing anything. The thing is, what they are doing is ineffective, not working anymore. And when it doesn't work, and if it is coming from the ego consciousness, nothing bad will worse than that. That will hurt. And that is what they claim. I'm going mad with this guy. He's doing something. Or he does all those practices. He must be doing something. I don't do anything. The shield of your sadhana also will protect you, mind you. The energies of your Guru, the Guru Tattva. And there are higher beings who are connected with you. Not maybe in this realms, in other realms. That's your power. When you go more deep-rooted, you are not alone. You get connected to those divinity, that divine powers, to those tattvas which are very strong. And support comes from there. So, even when you are not doing anything, things happen. Things happen. What I mean to say is, nature takes care of you. Divine Mother takes care of you. If you are attuned to that. So when that happens, then where is the thing to worry? I've often seen saintly people saying this, please don't do this. Being with saints, I've seen saints telling this. Don't do this. It will cause you harm. Please don't do this. That is the compassion they have even for the people who ill-treat them. They feel it is, other people feel it is weakness. They are scared and they are saying, don't do this, you will get harmed. No. I've seen them telling, I've seen things happening to the others. They tell that don't harm, don't do those things. It will be bad for you, don't do it. Why? Because there is some force that protects them. And you go to play with them, you get it. With the saints, all these people. I've seen them. I've seen these things happening. So I used to wonder, what is this thing? I realize it is that tattva that they are connected to. And there are other beings, divine beings, that are connected with them, that help them and support them. Many ways. They're shielded in one way. And the more you merge into that higher tattvas, the more powerful you become. Again, not from the ego consciousness I am saying, powerful. From the purity of the soul. There was an incident of Bhagwan Nityananda when he was in Kerala. There was a guy who was doing black magic, sorcery. And he used to trouble all the girls in those areas, do wrong things with them and all that. And he had become a nuisance in one part of Kerala. Bhagwan came to know about this. Bhagwan did not do anything. He just went into that village and began living in that place, in that village. Now this person, the sorcerer, was very powerful and he had all this tantric shaktis with him, siddhis. So people were literally scared of him. Nobody could do anything. Nobody can say anything. Even the police was scared. So Bhagavan went and lived in that village. And he was the great person there. and everybody knew how powerful he was. So people used to go to him for everything. Now when Bhagwan was there in that village, people started going to him. Now some Avdutas come and they started being in his vicinity, and a lot of things started happening, and they started enjoying his company. They came to know the divinity within, and the crowd started moving there. Now this person felt threatened. Said, who is this? Who's this Nityananda in my area who's acting so smart? I will deal with him. In a fit of rage, because people are always praising Nityananda. Oh, somebody's come, he did this, he did that, miracles, and so he says, miracles more powerful than me? Who can be more powerful than me? He goes and confronts Nityananda. Nityananda is lying down in his eternal bliss. The pure awareness, the power of awareness, silence, nothing, no doership, nothing. Completely pure, connected to that tattva. He is in his bliss. He comes and starts yelling, who are you? What do you think of who you are? Nityananda looks at him and he continues to be at peace without being perturbed. He gets more agitated, just like I gave you an example right now. First, they attempt. So when you don't budge, they attempt more. You become more furious. So that person became very angry. Ego is hurt. Because if a powerful person is standing in front of you and shouting, they expect something out of you. If not your respect, at least your attitude, your anger, something in their level. When that is not given, it's a big insult. So he starts abusing Nityananda, saying that you are good for nothing, I know who you are. You are a hoax and this and that. You are not powerful, you are fooling people and this, that. His own reflection is putting there. And he goes and curses him. He says, you don't know who I am. You're challenging me, you don't know my powers. Nityananda looks at him and says, please don't do it. Please don't do what you're doing. Stop it. He gets more furious. He says, who are you to tell me to stop these things? I won't spare you. And then he takes out bidi, the smoke, the cigarette those days, the rolled leaf in that tobacco is put, and he says, if you are such a great Siddha Purusha, if you are such a great mystic, then take this, smoke from this and show if you are very powerful. Now this tantric has put some negative energy into that. It's very lethal. These are all lethal practices. So he says, if you are really that, show this and let the people see who is powerful here. Nityananda again looks and says, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't want you to be hurt. Now the other person, what they normally feel is, oh, this guy is going to fight back or do something. Oh, you think you're so powerful? You think something will happen to me? If you have the guts, smoke this. Once again, Nityananda says, please don't do it. It will cause simply harm to you. He doesn't listen. He says, you are scared, you don't know this and all that. Do it. So Nityananda says, as you wish, and he takes, and one puff, he pulls the whole thing, that lethal, deadly thing, pulls and puffs up the air. The moment he puffs the air, this tantric falls down and he is in terrible pain and blood oozing out from his body. And he's wriggling in pain and shouting and yelling. And people pick him up, they are scared. And they take him to the doctor. But before they take him, he dies. No more. Real story. Nityananda warned him not to do it. Now, if the mystics are ego people, if they had ego, if Bhagavan Nityananda had that ego that I am an avatar and I am, how dare he challenge it, they could have dealt it in some other way. he was being even more compassionate. He was saying, don't do that. You'll hurt yourself. I don't want you to hurt yourself. See, this is purity. This is that God consciousness that functions. That is taking care of somebody, well-being of somebody, despite them being hurtful to you. And why did that person suffer? Because there is Nityananda means he is an omnipresent being. He is merged with everybody. His consciousness and people's consciousness are not different. He is merged in everyone. He is that tattva. He is aware of it. Nityananda is aware of that tattva. So he warns, don't do it. Because if you cause me harm, you are causing harm to your own self, because I am you also. Science is that. So a person who's merged like Nityananda, powerful, you cannot do anything to them. You cannot cause harm to them. Harm will come to the person who does it. They don't do anything. They will never do. They have no ill feeling for anybody. Prakriti does it. The cosmic intelligence does it. The science of that laws does it. Nobody is there to punish. There is nobody sitting there and saying, oh no, you are doing something to an avatar, you will be punished and killed. No, it is the science of that same consciousness. He has become one with that. So he is doing something on the other person, he is actually doing it on. So if that poison is given to him, the moment he pulls the poison, he is suffering because that consciousness is in him also. But the gunas are there in the tantric. There are no gunas in this avadhuta. And where there are no gunas in the avadhutas, nothing can affect. No little things of the 3D plane can affect that frequency. That's a different frequency, vibration. But this person is on that vibration, lower vibration. This, the avadhut, is aware of. That is why he wants, don't do it. On another instance, I met another saint who is very closely associated with Bhagavan Nityananda. And when I was having a talk with him, he said from his own experiences and what he has heard from the lineage of the Nityananda followers, that Nityananda is supposed to have said this. Or somebody close to him have been supported. A lot of things happened there. So they said, how can a Mahatma like Nityananda hurt someone? Because that is a godly presence. How can they punish someone? How can they even have that feeling to hurt someone? He was told, it seems, and actually the enlightened beings and the great avatars, they don't do anything. They are least bothered with anything. They are not of this world. They are in a different world. They are immersed in that state. But all these great mystics have something called ganas. The ganas protect them. Ganas are not a very high frequency as compared to them. They are a little more lower denominations. They have gunas, but they are astral beings again. And they work for people like this, the mystics. The great mystics always have ganas around them. Ganas protect them. Lord Shiva is known to have ganas, if you know it. Mythology says it. It's true. Why the ganas? For a powerful being like Shiva, why does he need security guards? Ganas are nothing like security guards only. They keep them protected. Why is that needed? They don't call upon. Nature, the Prakriti arranges everything as a protecting shield. Why do they protect avatars? Because they know these are very vulnerable people who will not do anything in the lower world. They are pure witnessers. Shiva is a witness, sir. He is an observer. He only witnesses. He does not do anything. That is what the tattvas mean. So who does on his behalf? The ganas. The ganas do. Ganapati, the head of the ganas, Ganapati. The ganas work for the great beings. Because the great beings are not, it's not that they are not capable, but they don't have that quality because they are nirguna. There is no guna in them to even retaliate. Bhagavan Nityananda was in that state. So it is said that there were ganas around him, who protected him. And whatever is done, the ganas do it, not the enlightened being. All this happens in the astral world, in the subtle world, all these things are there. So what I'm basically trying to tell you is, as you move ahead deeper and deeper and deeper into the astral worlds, into the higher tattvas, you are automatically coming in contact, whether you know it or not, you are coming in contact with a lot of astral beings, powerful beings who protect you and guide you in some or the other way. What I'm trying to tell you is, you are never alone on the path of higher spirituality. So it doesn't matter. I'm not telling that if you do practice awareness, you will have ganas protecting you. That is for very high states of levels. But again, I do not know at what level they are available. But I can surely tell that they are there, some or the other way. So if that much assurance we have, then what's the point in not walking towards that path? And all these things that we feel, these are all very temporary stuff. But these are opportunities, these are platform for us to practice that awareness, little by little. Purer the intention. And I'm telling you, if you go by non-violence, and then absolutely no violence, what the master used to suggest, become completely peace. No violence, no retaliation. Means the guna is completely gone of retaliation. When you come to that state, then something else takes care of you because you cannot take care of yourself. It is that when that prakriya happens. Till you are able to take care of yourself with the ego consciousness, nobody will interfere from the higher world. They'll say, oh, he will manage himself. He is a fighter cock. He will handle. He will take everybody for a ride. So they will not interfere because you are able to handle. But more subtler you start becoming, the more vulnerable kind of person you start becoming, then something else will come and protect you. This is how I perceive things. Okay, I have not read this statement, what I made in the end of this video. I have not read this anywhere, but my perception gives this. So, disclaimer is, these are purely my views. I am not claiming it's from somewhere else or something else. So, it is upon you whether you believe it or not. I have shared my experience. So, is there anything that you... Oh, okay, who's this? Maggie, thank you so much for sharing, Jacob. Such a wonderful way for me to start my day in Canada. Very good. Carry on, Maggie. Nice to see you here. I missed out a couple of... seeing the comments here is a little bit problem. Okay, anybody who feels that I've missed that comment of theirs, please can you just copy paste that here so that I can quickly read it. In the starting, in the middle, I saw comments coming but I couldn't read it. Preeti Kumar, family saying we are mental. Oh, you mean to say during those times? Yeah, we are mental only. For a lot of people, we are mental. That is why I titled this video as relating with the people who don't relate with you. When people don't relate with you, they call you mad. It's okay to be called mad. I'm telling you. Fact, I'm telling you. If you closely observe the whole world and how it is functioning, closely observe how the whole world is running, how every individual is running, how every family is running, how every society is running, country is running, everything, how the life is running. You will observe and see it is nothing but madness. It is sheer madness. You look at it in crystal clarity. So the people who call the awakened mad are completely ignorant that they are living in a mad world. And actually the madness has caught them. Who is not mad in this world? They are mad behind property. They are mad behind relationships. They are mad behind wealth. They are mad behind fame. Mad behind power. What the world is not mad for? They're mad for everything. Now they're mad for planets, other planets. They're getting mad. Mad means desperate. Now tell me, who's mad? You need not tell this to the world. Nobody will understand. This is just for our understanding. If you know that, who's really mad? Okay, you're telling me, we are mad? Okay, fine. This is better. Divine madness is better. Yes, we are mad, but we are mad behind divinity. Divine madness is always better. All the people you see, all the mystics you see, all the great saints you see, they are all mad people, divine madness. My guru is a mad person, divinely mad person. Mad behind divinity, divinely mad. I prefer to be divinely mad. Are there any suggestions for riding the energies now? It is very intense right now, good energy, but sometimes it would be nice to get a break, lol. Maybe more sadhana. I get this, Maggie. I relate with what you're saying. Energies are too intense. It is all getting confused now between the corona, COVID, pandemic and Havana syndrome, this syndrome, that syndrome, all kind of things. And people are not able to ascertain which is what and all that. Actually, my gut feeling is, you call that Havana syndrome, you call it pandemic, these are all outcomes of that transition itself. It is the intense purging. It is the no-nonsense purging. Energies are just shooting up and you stay with the energies or you are out. It's like that. You raise or you're out. It's like that. Energies are very intense. I understand by what you're saying. I get it. I mean, I feel it too. Very intense. That is why I put a post that day about a lot of physical symptoms, ascension symptoms that's happening. And then people called, hey, you don't know, it might be this symptom, that symptom. You live in your world. I don't know how much I could perceive and what the collective consciousness who are awakened are perceiving. That is what I wrote there. It's about our take. Now, if somebody tells me, give me the evidence, I say, no, I'm at fault. So don't read those messages. That is why I say, don't read Jake Light messages. Only if you can relate to that messages, read it. Otherwise, don't even look into that profile. It's not meant for everybody. You'll need a lot of courage to look into that profile. Most is about inner darkness there. Yes, it's purging, exactly. Yeah, it's intense purging is going on. Intense. And intensity is such that you can't bear it. I feel scared to talk about this because the social media platforms are scanning for all kind of talks on these, and it literally, bans the people also. I have had one or two videos taken down some content taken down when I attempted to speak something close to it. So I don't want to actually speak about it, the pandemic and all that. You have to use your awareness to go through that. So that is the reason why people say nobody is speaking about this. I mean, there are people speaking, but they get scrutinized also. You speak about something, you speak about higher truths, you get persecuted. It's as good as that. History shows that. Now is also not a new thing. I mean, the world is into a certain belief. 99% of the whole system is a belief system, because for centuries it has lived in that way. It has not evolved beyond a certain kind of understanding. So everybody believes and lives in that. Unfortunately, even the people who are in the spiritual world, they call themselves spiritual, but their belief systems are still old pattern. So they relate with what the ignorant world says. They say something and they believe it, because fear is there inside. A lot of fear is there. The control systems all know that the population can be manipulated only in two ways: greed and fear. You throw something for their greed, they will come, they will listen. If this doesn't work, then you work with fear. You put fear so much into the system that they have no other option but to listen to you. This is what is currently happening right now. Both systems are working, and very intensely it's going on. And yes, people are falling for it, because they have shifted away from their awareness, from their actual essence, and gone into the ego consciousness. Ego consciousness gets rooted, gets pulled in for greed, and gets troubled by the fear. And the people who control, they know it very well, where to attack and how to attack and how subtly to attack, in what way to attack. They know the weakness of you. So they will come in that way. As I told you, we are people of awareness. We will not look into what the media says, the government says, what people say, not by the words. Go deep into their intentions, from where it is coming. If you monitor and see that, you will come to know it is not coming from there, because you know the whole world is not functioning very in transparency. What is shown is not, everybody knows what is shown on the media is not true. It's not honest and transparent. Yet we fall for it. Why? Because of the gunas, of the fear, deep-rooted fear. We fear. Or there is a greed. Something, two of this. So I don't want to speak much on it. It's individual choice, how people want to deal with their lives. And they have all the right to make the choices. So we are nobody to tell them, take this decision, don't do this, do that. Buddhi has been given by everybody, and there are enough masters in this world to enlighten. But if we are choosing the other way, it's our choice. I'm not watching TV for 20 years. Oh, same here. Yes, focus on love. That's the only way. Yeah, what do you focus on? See, if we are trying to help this planet, all that we can do is focus on the good and try to be good ourselves instead of expecting others to do what best we can do. Two advantages may. One is, as you put attention on yourself and purify yourself without putting a focus on them, and think only about the goodness that I can bring in this life. One, it will affect the energies everywhere. But before affecting the whole planet, because I am contributing to the collective consciousness, what I can contribute? My goodness. How? When I practice it. But before it goes out into the world, first it will affect me. That means I also purify. So it's a two advantages. One is you are achieving your life goal of evolution with self-purification. Second is, with that purification, you are contributing your peaceful and powerful love energy into the collective consciousness that is somewhere or the other building. We don't want to calculate when and how and all those things. The ego will always ask, when will it end? Means discomfort. I don't want to take it anymore. I just want to finish it. So all this spiritual natak is just to finish that as soon as possible. And then I get back into my old ways. That is what indirectly we are seeing. Malaji, listening to your session nowadays, I'm practicing unconditional love and tolerance. It's so energizing and calming. I would say don't practice unconditional love. This is just my advice. If you like it, you take it. Don't practice unconditional love. Don't practice tolerance, because that is, again, when you practice something, it is coming from ego consciousness. What I am saying is little deeper. You just shift into awareness. From awareness, you operate. When you are in awareness, you cannot practice. Because awareness, you are that. You are being that. You cannot be a doer there. So in that awareness is pure consciousness. Awareness itself is pure love. Is unconditional love. There is tolerance, as I told you, in witness. You tolerate. There's a compassion that happens. It's all happening in witness. Now what happens is, you're not practicing anything here. Practice is the work of the ego consciousness. In the start, yes, it will happen. We practice, we do this, we are doers. We do sadhana, we do prayers, we do this yoga, we do karma yoga, we do contributions, we are doers. We do tapasya, we do dhyan, we are doers, we do sadhana. Slowly, as you keep moving into the awareness, the doership will go. Then you don't do dhyan. You are dhyan. You are meditative actually. Awareness is meditativeness. You enter into meditation. You don't do meditation. See the difference. Actual word is, you enter into that. You have heard the word dhyan in Hindi. You have heard the word, how it is linked with dhyan do. ध्यान कहाँ है तुम्हारा? ध्यान means your attention. Where is your attention? ध्यान दो इधर. Give your attention here. This is that dhyan that we are talking about. Attention means meditativeness, mindfulness, awareness. Entering into that dhyan. That is meditativeness. Entering into that. You enter into a meditative state. You don't do meditation. It's a wrong fad. The vocabulary also is wrong, that the modern spirituality uses. You do meditation, do sadhana, and you become the doer. That is where people say, I do this but nothing happens. Yeah, because you are the doer. Rather, we enter into that state. So that enter only, I have named it in a different, softer word called shift. Enter might be that Tamil film enter, darwaza tod ke enter. Shift is gentle. You just shift from here to there. You slide into that. Actually, you can only shift into awareness. You cannot jump or burst open into awareness. You cannot forcefully get there. It's a gentle space. You got to slide yourself into that. How you fall asleep? You cannot enter into sleep. You cannot jump into sleep. You slowly fall asleep. Slowly glide into sleepness. That is how you get into awareness. I'm telling you, it happens because when I practice this awareness, sometimes just practicing awareness, I'm gone. I've seen this sometimes. I don't have intentions of meditating that time. No meditation. Just in some awareness. And I don't know also when the eyes is closed and when I've got into deep meditation. This is that entering, the shifting into that awareness. It takes you in, you become meditative. You don't do meditation. It happens. Yeah, Maggie. When we are actually in that state, witnessing state only, the non-reaction happens. Otherwise, there will be the best way to find out whether I am in awareness or not is look at your reaction. If there is a knee-jerk reaction, you are not in that. If there is judgments, criticism that is happening in the mind, you are not in a state of awareness. Awareness cannot have that state. So becoming aware of that state itself is a kind of learning. You remind yourself. Whenever you're judging, you say, oh, this is not awareness. Practice awareness. Slowly what will happen is, when you keep doing that, when you see, it's like the dog and the bell, the experiment that was done. Food kept and bell hit, and the dog is given that food after the bell hitting. So over a period of time, when it is done continuously, bell, food, dog eating, hungry dog eating, the dog starts relating with that bell. So next time there is no food, just the bell is rung, the dog begins salivating. This was experienced by people. Just hit the bell, no food, but this dog begins salivating. Why? It is relating food with that bell. Why? Its mind has got trained. The subconscious has got trained. Same way, when you are judging, remind yourself, oh, this is ego consciousness. Move into awareness. Shift into awareness, just see what happens. Whether you fail, whether you succeed, no problem. But have the habit of shifting into awareness all the time. Whenever you get alert about it, conscious about it, shift into awareness. Every time you shift, it's like ringing a bell. Every time you're shifting, you're ringing a bell. So what is happening? You're training your mind that the moment you see judgment is like a bell. Slowly the subconscious develops things like judgment comes, it goes into awareness. Any judgment is popping into the mind, it goes into awareness. Automatic, autopilot. This is what I mean by training the mind. Mahesh Golatkar. Last video about Rasalinga is very useful in my sadhana. Thank you very much. Rasalinga is talking about Pardeshwar Linga. Yes, that was a beautiful insight, deep insight for the practitioners of Parasvidya. Manisha Vyas, how to start practicing awareness as a beginner in a day-to-day life? Yes, I do understand these are very complicated because all these videos are a little more deeper because I've been doing this for past almost 2 years. In the starting time I used to explain a lot about awareness, but now it's like a continue forward, assuming that people know. But I am constantly forgetting that new people are here. There are a lot of new people who are not even on the paths. I'm seeing that from the responses that I'm getting and all that. And then I came to an understanding that, what I'm doing is not appealing rightly to them. They're getting confused. So I just mentioned that, I'm rescheduling my website and it's under construction. I'm scheduling it a little more easier so that people can understand step by step. And the people who are new, this is especially that I'm doing is for the people who are new to the path, who don't have a path. Who have a path, it's okay. Like Shiv Yoga is my path that I follow. My master, Avadhut Shivanandji, I follow his practices. So all the people who are in Shiv Yoga and who know about the practice, all that they need to do is just have this mindfulness insight, and whatever they're doing, just bring mindfulness into that. Bring this presence of awareness into that, this concept, this ideology of awareness into that, and it will multiply multiple folds. It will change. So it is for people, I am assuming most of the time, because most of the people are here from the same path, I keep on assuming that people know the basics. But the website now I'm building again is for people who are very new, and there are many. I can see at least 40% are new and 60% are with the Jake Light profile. I can see there are a lot of new profiles, a lot of Westerners and a lot of people who are curious to know about these things. So for them, I'll build up that. So in case you are having confusion there, just wait for a month or so. Things will start aligning. I'm beginning from the start, including the people. This is for the other people who don't know which path to choose. So I'm listing out everything, all the options of all the paths, the clarity of the paths and everything, so that they have ease in identifying which path suits them and how to get linked with that path and how to see which affinity is theirs. So this will help them in their journey in that matter. But those who have already chosen the path, this doesn't matter. That is why I am not adding the friends who are in Jacob Shivanand into this profile. It is not meant for them. This is meant for a different criteria of people. Shifting into awareness, if you are a member of this, I am sure it will help you in some way, because I keep everything that is necessary posted here. Yeah, Maggie, that's what I shared in this video of mine. I started the whole video telling how I faced my own flaw, my own darkness, and I was shocked, and it shook me for a couple of days. 2 to 3 days I had this massive body pains and all those things as a result of my reaction to the guilt that I had. Oh my God, I did this thing wrong, or I got this thing wrong in my system. And how, I became unaware at that time this thing happened. So we can have these loopholes, all these things. So it's a learning process. So I'm sharing those examples also here, because we are all seekers on the path. It will help. So Maggie, you are saying the same thing again. So I think I'm done with this whole thing. Yeah, one thing that I wanted to say was, don't go to the mountains, because that is not going to help you. Absolutely not going to help you. You say feeling like running into the mountains and going into deep sadhana, you cannot go deep when your mind is restless. It is just thinking that, if I go into that mountain, I will go deep. No, it will not happen. Because there also the mind will be restless, you cannot go deep. So if you can go deep here, wherever you are, or little deep also, then that means you are ready to go elsewhere, and then you can go and practice. But till then, get the facts clear, the basics clear of the mind and how it acts and reacts. And this is your karma bhumi. This is your battlefield. This is your Kurukshetra, your own home, your own space and all that. Go with it. Sometimes I feel numb. People love me, but I feel numb. That's okay. Don't blame yourself so much. Don't be so hard on yourself. Many people feel guilty of being numb. Numb is nothing but you are being blank. If you... That way I am the biggest numb here, because I have this allegations always, this guy is not bothered about us. He's in his own world. He's sitting for hours in one place, this only, and he's only bothered about his life. He's not thinking of anything else. And whatever we talk, whatever we share, he's not least bothered. This is what happened in the other mail also. You said in-laws talking about that world, this world. If you are not bothered, it will not matter what people talk. What is the conversation? You say they are trying to drag you into a conversation. That is your test. You go. You don't resist. If somebody tries to drag you into a conversation, don't say no. That's your trigger. You say, okay, go with the conversation. And in the conversation, become numb. That is the real thing. When you become numb there. So it's okay. Numb is actually not numb. You are less reacting to nonsense now. Your viveka, your buddhi is telling you what is nonsense and what is sense. What is real and what is unreal. What is really productive, what is non-productive. What is non-productive, what is nonsense, you don't give heed and energy to it. And most of the world is functioning on that. So when you don't care about it, when you're silent about it, they will feel you're numb. You're not numb. You're awake. I act sometimes. I have to act sometimes because they like me being fully spiritual. They don't like me being fully spiritual. They say be in the world also. This is dragging into conversations again. Dragging into worldly gossip is one kind of dragging. This is another kind of dialogue where you say be in the world with us. Don't only be spiritual. But your buddhi will show you how true is that statement. If you look at it, your buddhi will tell you whether they are saying it right or what. They're saying don't be in that spiritual world. Come into this world, the real world which they feel. And here there is so much of activity. You got to be a part of this. You got to be a part of us. We don't want to lose you. You are a part of us, precious us. We have birthed you. We have raised you up. Now you got to pay a price by listening and being a part of this system, security system. You are a part of my security. You cannot leave me like this and go. These are coming from there. I have done so much to raise you up. For flying away, you got to be here. Live the way I talk. Sometimes this is an ignorant language. But sometimes people are aware of their mistakes. And they see that they are unable to change themselves. And now because I am unable to change, they do not like anybody else also changing. Because if people change, they go away far. How can I be close to that person? Nobody, I have seen hardly any person who says, oh, you are transforming spiritually. You are becoming more and more enlightening. You are growing in your wisdom. You are growing in your awareness. You are becoming softer. You are becoming nicer, purer. But I don't want to lose you. What is the alternative? I raise my level. I raise my vibration. I become like you. Hardly anybody says that. They say, I don't want to lose you. You are losing. You are being a threat to me because you are doing that stuff. You are moving far away from us. We can say always, what's stopping you from being near? Raise your consciousness. That won't happen, I'm telling you. That's how it is. You raise your consciousness. And you and me can be in the same platform. It's like energy attracts like energy, but rarely that happens. So the lower pulls are always very strong. The lower consciousness will always try to pull you down and say, no, you are our security. You better stay in the lower realms like us. So you got to get involved in the worldly activities that we do. All the dirty conversation that you got to be a part of it. This is how the world functions. You see how the world functions. And you are a mad person. You are not behaving normal. Abnormal you are. Why? Because you are not a part of this world. Look at the whole world is living. See, that's what I'm saying. The whole world is running that way. That has made this strong evidence to everybody. Because what they see is what they believe. So they will always cite the example and strongly they will perceive that. See the whole world, this person, that person, the society, in the TV, in the movies, everywhere I see, in my friend's house, what the people talk. People live in this fashion. So this is normal. This is real. And what is this guy talking about? Nonsense. I've never heard people saying all these things. You see, majority wins. That's the biggest catch again. The nicer I get, the meaner loved. This is what I call the black sheep. I call them as the black sheep. We become the black sheep sometimes. Black sheep means the one in the family somebody had written about Nityanand Baba. I was seeing that. Yeah, that's the golden sheep actually, not black sheep. I used to always say that black sheep. I'm the black sheep in my family. But most of the people thought they are talking. I'm talking on my color. Oh, this guy's saying black sheep. Yeah, he's a black sheep. I'm telling the bakras. When we become bakras, that is the sheep. We got to bear with it. It's like somebody taking responsibility in the family for all the muck that has happened throughout the generation in the lineage. The whole lineage, the whole tradition, if you see, has been stuck with it. And now, here we sit to clear up all the mess. Big responsibility. And clear up the mess with virtually no support at all. What can be more horrible than that? We don't get support. We are the minorities here. So either from the close family or even in the society or in the world, it's hard to get. That is why we are connected here, all in this virtual world. This is the only space where we feel, oh, somebody listens to us, somebody understands. that is how we have become all good friends here. It's a different world, a virtual new full world here. Nityanand Baba is our guru, but I visited once only to Ganeshpuri. Very grateful to you, because all of these topics I came to know many things about Guru Tattva. Very grateful. Manisha Vyas. I am very glad, I'm very happy. It's that Guru Tattva only that provides you with this information, not through me. Whoever. I've seen that if you have a affinity towards something, automatically help comes from somewhere. Very powerful it is. That's what I'm saying. Trust the sources. The sources will guide you and help you wherever you focus on. I remember, I'm telling you, real stories of related with my Gurudeva, related with Bhagavan Nityananda. Not a time help has been denied. It happens with all of us, but we don't notice it. Why? Because we are not in awareness. So we miss many things. They are actually help in disguise. Like when I first went to Ganeshpuri, I wandered, I went into Muktanand Baba's ashram, wanted to be there. And then that is the first time I went into Nityanand Baba's place. And that is how I came to know about Bhagavan Nityananda. Vadva Muskan. Every time somebody facing hard times, they say give healing. And all rather, in normal times, they don't support. They say you are mad. That is the problem with healing. With other healing like pranic healing, Reiki healing, or other sorts of healing, where the healer is supposed to take all the responsibility. And that's again nonsense, I believe, because most of the time you can't educate people on that you got to take responsibility. And most of the time when you are giving them pointers, these things of your life has to be managed, then they say, what is your use then? We came to you, you got to heal. So you do your job of healing. I came to you because I came to know you are a healer. So you do the healing. No? Why are you talking about anything else? They forget that the healing, the cause of that problem is deep-rooted in themselves. That's what I mentioned today. The guilt. One guilt and enough 2 days of intense body pains. And the moment the guilt was released, it went. This is hard to tell the patient. So, I know my Gurudeva used to have a lot of difficulty in actually coming into terms with this factor. Even when he had attempted to train healers, these were the things that he used to tell very carefully. The patients have to be active participants in healing, not passive. Passive means I am a participant, take my body, you heal this. I have this problem, blah 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 blah, you heal this. Passive participant. He wanted active participants. Means I am also actively, tell me what I can do from my part. And I am fully supporting that process. I do not know, so you help me. Then that healer's work is done. then the healing also will be done. I used to get involved only in those places where it is very seriously in this matter, where the active participation is 100%. Even if it is 90%, I used to back out. Because it's a headache that you take for somebody who don't feel responsible for their own problems. And then when the healing doesn't work because of their own failing, they say you didn't do it. That's the worst part of healing. Chaitali ji, thank you. Chaitali Mitra D'Souza. Interesting name. Happy to see people of all religions and things here. There are 2-3 Muslims also who I am very surprised. Muslim brothers, 3 of them, who very intensely follow the mystical pages and all about Kundalini and all these higher wisdoms and the Tattvas and the Vedas, Upanishads. And they are very boldly doing it with their own names. No change of names or anything. They are being themselves, authentic. The other day, I had a Muslim guy from Belgaum contacting me desperately to add to my friend request. Please add. I didn't add. I found something fishy. I did not want to. Then he sent me an internal message saying that I want to learn about this part of Upanishads and about these aspects of this wisdom and that. I said, my God, you know about it? He's a newcomer. Somewhere, something he touched in some of these concepts and that hit his soul. And he wants to know. So the genuine interest was there. I immediately added, oh, please, welcome, please. Because these are the kind of people we need to connect with, who are very genuine in their pursuit of that path, who have nothing else to do, who are ready to forego their own belief systems. Most of the people who walk the spiritual path are fixed in their rigid belief system and conditioning that comes from their backgrounds or probably religions or what, and they are not ready to let go of that. Then this path cannot help. What we are talking here about the mystics and all, the pathless path and all, it cannot help. You got to be ready to shed everything. There only that serious transaction, those help can come, and then I am interested more in that. Because I know there only the help will be futile. Renu Katyal, Namah Shivaya, if I'm into Shiva Yoga, can I do pranic healing? Someone said pranic healing has different divine beings, so don't mix with it. The divine beings of Shiva Yoga will get upset. Please guide. Nothing of that sort. It is half true and half not true. There is nobody, no divine beings of Shiva Yoga and divine beings of... and let me tell you one thing. These are all myths. If a being is getting disturbed or jealous of you connecting with another being, that being is not divine. Why can't we understand this? We cannot call it a divine being. It's like saying two gods are fighting, jealous gods are fighting. One god is saying, no, that is my bhakta, how can you, and they are fighting against each other. And then you say, I don't want to offend this. Then I don't believe that's a divine being. Divine being is absence of any judgment. And they are unconditional. But yes, this, what you're saying here is very true. Renuji, it's very true. Don't mix up. Never do that. If you have practiced under a certain master, a certain kind of healing, always do that. Never try to mix, blend, experiment, or half-heartedly do this. Never do that. It has different pros and cons. But it has nothing to do with this divine beings fighting, our territory and all that. It doesn't go that way. The beings, what they are trying to say is the lineage probably. But I'm telling you, lineage will not get offended if you do something of some other lineage. That is our mental dual thinking. The lineages, as it goes higher and higher, they don't go like this. They go like this. The duality, can you see? The difference is here. The grosser, it's like this. It's always a triangle shape. Anything you see, Meru, anything you see. And what happens? The duality is merging here in this point as non-duality. And over this point is completely non-duality. This has merged completely. So here there is no territory business. The higher realms, there is no territory business. You go into the Guru Mandala, there is no saying that there is no fight there like, this is our lineage, that is our lineage, this should go that. No. Everybody's business on this level, everybody's intention on this higher level is that you achieve your true self. You attain self-realization. You reach your highest goal of merging with the Supreme. That's all that how you do what you do, they will support you in any manner. That is why once somebody asked Gurudeva, I believe in Hindu gods. I'm praying to Krishna, that's my deity, that's my Ishta. And I have my own lineage, my own Guru and all that. But why do I see Guru Nanak? Out of nowhere. I have no connection with Guru Nanak. Why do I see him? I find him talking to me, his presence, and many mystical things happening through. Why? Gurudev said, you believing that he is of some other caste or he is a Sikh or something, that your understanding. They are beyond religions. They have no this like this is my territory, that is somebody else's bhakta, so I will not go there. Depending on your affinity and circumstances, these divine beings also communicate with you. There they don't have any barriers. They are all one. They come from the one. Please understand this. But yes, regarding the healing things, please follow one practice always. Never mingle up. There are other complications in that. I don't want to talk about it right now because they are all subtle aspects, controversial stuff. But trust me, don't do multiple things in one. Just follow one. I'm telling you, if you're practicing any mode of healing and if you're well versed with it, why do you need another multiplication or addition or subtraction? Just follow that one particular thing. Like for example, Reiki I have done 2 levels long back, many years back. I got initiated by my friend Melanie, who is from Canada. She's still in my friend on this. We have a very good friend. She's the one who sent me crystals and all that. So she had initiated me many years back, almost 22 years back. So I used to practice Reiki at that time. But once I came into Shiva Yoga and all that, and I learned the advanced healing stuff and all that, I stopped Reiki then. Not that I know about it. I don't know Asavini. I know about it. But there is no point. Why confuse with so many things? It's a practice that you have. And once you practice something and you get liking towards that, fulfill with that. If you are choosing something else, that means you are not satisfied with the one that you're holding in hand. For me, I may listen to many other earthly spiritual teachers, but if they start meditating, I will only meditate and do sadhana with the chosen Guru who is holding my hand and supporting my seeking. Yeah, that's how you do. Perfectly fine. The Gurus are many, again, as I told you. The Diksha Guru is one, Shiksha Gurus are many. Diksha Guru will always be one. The one who has given you a rebirth is the one who has given you the Diksha, where you have been reborn again. You have a new life from there. Completely new life. Once you get Diksha. That is called a Diksha Guru. Shiksha Guru can be any multiple Guru. They can be multiple spiritual masters. They can be your music teacher, your yoga teacher. They are all gurus. They are all revered as gurus. Anybody who teaches you a certain skill is known as a guru. Who teaches you sports can be a guru. Teaches you music can be a guru. Teaches you dance can be a dance guru. Who teaches you other subjects of Vedanta, let's say, spiritual wisdom, that can be your Vedic guru. So there are many spiritual masters also. You can learn from all masters. That's all fun. But you follow the energies, the connectivity and the sadhana of the one of the Diksha. Very important. Why? Because there will be conflicts otherwise. Shiksha gurus can give you different modalities which might confuse your intellect. I mean, if you're only mature enough, somebody will go beyond that and accept everything. But that's a very high state. Seeker level, that's not possible. So, follow one particular, your Diksha guru, whoever it is. Learn from everyone. Practice one sadhana. Namaste, who's this? Meera. Namaste, Jacob Bhai. Heartfelt gratitude, thanks and appreciation for sharing your time and wisdom. Experience a deep resonance. Thank you for helping me to remember. That's a good word. Thank you for helping me to remember. Remember. Understand this. Member. We are a member of the Divine Council, but we have forgotten it ourselves. So now we are becoming a remember of that. So remembering means you remember to shift into awareness. That is your remembering. That's good. Crystals के बारे में कुछ बताएं. नहीं. This is not a. It's not. Which crystals I am talking about? Traditional Reiki, which involves healing of spiritual, emotional, physical bodies. Which crystal I am talking? See, crystals is a completely different subject. I would want to get into that. It's a completely different subject. So, in brief, little bit here and there, it's of no this. But if you're interested, then follow some practices which are teaching you all about crystals. Or I mean to say, if you even Google out, you have a lot of information. I have not learned anything about crystals. I know about crystals from decades back. And that comes from my experience directly with the crystals. You use your intention and it happens. You don't have to have wisdom of crystals. Crystals are wiser than us. You connect to them, they will help you. How you connect? It's not mechanical. Use your bhava. Use your intentions. Use your connectivity, the same awareness which is there. Crystal are aware beings. Crystal are conscious. We have to practice shifting into awareness. They are already in their awareness. So when you are in a state of awareness and when you touch a crystal, when you talk to a crystal, when you communicate with a crystal, in a state of awareness, you are talking their language. Rest, what can be said? Nothing to be said. So if you learn awareness, if you know awareness, you know their language. Their language is the language of awareness. Why didn't you choose the path of Reiki? What's the difference between Reiki path and Shiv Yoga path? No, there was nothing like, it was a comparison that time. Because Reiki happened because of my interest, natural instincts to follow healing. I loved the fact about healing and all that. So I got into that. And then as my pursuits went towards higher, when you go higher, remember this, when your pursuits change from simple things like healing or emotional well-being or peace of mind, when you transcend this, there is something called a higher seeking, which is liberation. Liberation is very high seeking. So when you focus on that, what happens is, all these things it becomes less important to you. Automatically it fades away. So when my intense seeking went towards that, these things began fading. So I was practicing Reiki, but the interest was not so much. I was more concerned about healing others. So when I entered into Shiv Yoga, Master was very clear that first you heal yourself of all the things, then you think about healing others. It's very difficult otherwise. If I'm incomplete, it's very difficult to heal somebody else. Somebody is coming with a trauma, some emotional trauma or something, and I have the similar kind of trauma, and I have a blockage within myself. I cannot see the solution in my own life, and somebody is coming to me with similar kind of solution. What solution will I give that person? The same errors what I am doing, I might give. So half incomplete is very dangerous. So I was not able to pursue that because I didn't have a master, Reiki master at that time. And Reiki don't have this kind of masters. So that's how I got into it. And there is no particular plans how I came into Shiva Yoga. I'm telling you, these are not what we plan. After getting connected with Bhagavan Nityananda, it's the Guru Mandala, it's the same lineage. I was thrown into this place and that place. Automatically it happened. I never went seeking for something. I found myself being thrown in those places. Later, after many years, after 6-7 years, I realized, oh my God, this is all connected. I thought I'm being thrown here and there, but all these are connected, part of the grid. So the difference between Reiki and Shiva Yoga is much difference. I don't want to get deeper into it because then it will seem like I'm demeaning one and praising one and putting down the other and all that. So I don't want to. But I'm saying, I'll just tell you basic about healing is, one way to heal is, healing is what? It's energy. You got to transmute the energy of something that is negative in yourself or others. If you have some negativity in you, transmuting that negativity into positivity is healing. Simple as that. Simple words. Same, you do it on others, it is healing others. One is self-healing, one is healing others. But what is this energy? Energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. That means you do not generate energy. Normally, it is a myth that they feel, I'm generating this energy and I am giving healing. It's a little riskier when it comes to that. Reiki is about healing ourselves only. It's our choice that we want to heal others or not. Yeah, everywhere it's that way. Even in Shiva Yoga healing, it's a choice. But the master used to previously tell heal others, but then this is what I'm coming to. When people did not understand the science of this healing, it got little altered, and then he said stop doing that. Only use it for healing yourself or your bonded near and dear ones. That's all. Your karmic family. Why? Because energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So you are not the creator of the energy. You only become a channel of that energy. The energy always exists somewhere, but people do not know how to tap it. Like there are all frequencies around us, but we do not tap into that because we are on a grosser level of awareness. How can we tap into that? By raising our consciousness by certain methods which all the paths teach. And then you connect, you invoke a certain realm of energy from a certain lineage which is already abundantly flowing there. It's like the tap is flowing but the tap knob is off. But water is there in it. The moment you connect to that, it's like owning the knob and you are drenched in that. Invocation is that. Diksha is that. Diksha is the process of connecting you to that lineage. So now when you connect to that particular lineage which that Guru has connected you with, so it's like a pipeline that you are connected to. So now you can access that level of frequency of energy with that modality in that way. Are you getting it? So when the people connect there, they are actually taking that energy of that frequency, of whichever frequency that lineage is radiating out, and they are using it as a process to heal themselves or to heal others. You channel the energy out, it goes towards others to heal. That's the basic. So these modality of healing differ. Some connect to certain dimension, some connect to certain dimension. Now everybody, I don't want to get more deep into it because it's like demeaning somebody else. I would only say you use, yes, it will definitely, you use any path, and every path can take you till liberation. There is no doubt about it. But there is a certain practice, there is a certain modality that they follow. If you follow that modality, only then you get, if you use multiple modalities, it can be confusing, it can be distressing. That's what I'm trying to say. Whichever path you take, it's fine, but first have the priority of healing yourself completely. Dissolving your energies first, dissolving your gunas first, purifying yourself first. And once that happens, then attempt to do it on others. You cannot help others if you are not completely healed. That's what I'm trying to say. Whichever modality that is, they all take you towards liberation. There's no doubt about it. But then you got to strictly follow that. You might be a follower of Reiki and you might be following Reiki. Now, when you are coming in contact with a person like me who's from a different path, I don't talk about my path here because I'm neutral. I'm talking awareness which is neutral. Awareness is a part of all the paths, be it Reiki or any other modalities. Awareness is basic consciousness, being aware. Even when you're doing any kind of healing, when you're aware, you add more power to it. This is what I'm trying to share here. So by chance, if you're coming from a different field and if you're getting connected to what I'm saying, it is only limited to awareness. Keep it till there. Do not try to connect with my lineage and get confused. It doesn't mean that if I am talking about awareness, one path is better than the other. I will never say that. Because I am again talking about oneness. My whole system of shifting into awareness is talking about neutrality of all the paths. So do not get confused on that. Follow whichever you are doing in full faith. Do it completely. But what I like you to add is awareness into it. Practice the same practice with awareness. You will see miraculous results. Which meditation should I do for self-realization? Oh, I don't want to get into all that, please. No, I don't want to get into all that. Because I don't want to advise do this sadhana. I'm not a guru. I'm not a Shiva guru to tell you which to do, which not to do. That is already told to you by your guru. He has given you all the gifts. So you do whichever is in your affinity. Somebody the other day asked me by email, what is that mantra that was given in Bangalore? Does this come first? That I don't want to discuss because this is a strict instruction of the guru. Never discuss sadhana with anybody. Discuss anything but not sadhana. Because the persons discussing sadhana can have their own gunas affecting. So no advices on sadhana, absolutely. It's your take. How you follow the path. You trust your guru, you have affinity with that. Whatever has been told to you, follow that. Just follow what you have been told. What has not been told, don't follow that. Somebody wrote to me the other day, can we do group Sri Vidya DSS? I said, why are you asking me? Oh no, because you have been connected. I have been connected, you are not connected? Where are you then? No, I am connected. Then, are you aware, has the Guru ever said, do Sri Vidya DSS in collectively? No, he has not said. Then why create? What has not been said? Why create a confusion in your mind and then again go and ask somebody for that confusion and create more confusion? This is all our mind's creations. The sadhanas taught by my Gurudev is very simple. All that is needed is bhava, intention. Connect with pure intention, pure love. And even if you do mistakes, because in pure love and surrender, even if you are doing mistakes somewhere, it will correct you. That energy will correct you. It's a mystical force. The Guru's grace is very powerful. Instead of asking people anything about sadhana, you always should have the habit of going deep within your sadhana, talking directly to your Guru with it. I'm telling you, if you do that, you will get the answers. I'm not saying you'll hear a voice from here or something. Something mystical will happen and you'll be guided to that automatically without you needing to be physical or verbal. My personal experience, I've never discussed till date, never asked a single soul anything about the practice, even when I was not there in the ashram, before even being close to my Gurudev. Never had that habit. But trust in my inner connection with that tattva. Whatever questions, never held a mic and asked him a question, though there were questions. What I did was, in the shivirs, sit, connect and ask the question from within. And sooner or later, it used to be answered. Not a single question has been unanswered till now. I'm telling you, it's a mystical force. Why I'm telling you this is because when you develop a deep connection, even Muskan, you have your own Guru. Develop a deep connection with your Guru. Inner connection, I mean. That's more powerful. Because Guru, what you see as a physical is not the real Guru. The physical Guru is an external being that comes to you in that external divine form and connects you, helps you connect with your inner Guru. That is the purpose of the outer Guru. So you have reverence for the outer Guru, you learn, you do everything because that person is holding your hand and making you learn. Learn what? To connect within. So once you connect within, then you don't need a physical or external way of communication. It's internal. I would highly suggest that practice inner communication than external communication, even with the physical Guru, as much as possible. Reduce it. You'll be surprised to see that the questions that you ask, don't be impatient. Ask from within, from deep consciousness. And you'll see that manifesting around you. Somewhere or the other, the answer will walk into your arms. That's how it works. I was talking to you about Ganesh Puri when I went to Ganesh Puri first. Out of mystical, I don't know. I had a bad divorce and all those things, and I was depressed and feeling suicidal and all those things. And then I read that book which I shared. I mean, if I wouldn't have read that book, I don't know what I would have done with my life. It was that vegetable life. And then when I read that book, I fell in love with Muktanand Baba because he had written that. Forgetting that all the tattvas he was talking there was about his Guru. It was conversation, Parmarth Katha Prasanga, Parmarth Katha Prasanga, conversations with Muktananda. I thought it is him, but the tattvas were the Guru Tattva. So I went to meet him in Ganeshpuri, not knowing that decades back he has taken Samadhi. I was disappointed, and then somebody led me to Nityananda, and that is the first time I entered into Nityananda Ashram, Kailas Nivas, and I had mystical experiences, beautiful experiences, which I cannot talk about. And for an hour or so I was there at the chair and I had Shaktipat kind of experience and all those things happening, and it was very deep and profound. And that gave me peace. So that was my first conviction that there is something here. Till now I was restless and feeling suicidal. Now all those things are going and I'm feeling better. So I knew some power is there here. Then I come back. After Ganesh Puri, I investigate more about Nityananda and I found that he's from Kerala. I am delighted. Oh, I am also from Kerala. Where in Kerala? I dig out. I find his books and then I read. Kanjangad. Now there is a deep urge to go to Kanjangad. Whom to ask? Nobody knows about Nityananda. Those days nobody knew about Nityananda. This side, south, nobody knew. So I was like, how do I do this? So I used to sit in my meditation and connect to my Guru, my Gurudev. And from there connect and seek their guidance to the Guru Mandala, that is Bhagwan. Connect with him. And just tell him like a child, you called me to that place. I didn't come. You called me to that place. That's how I ended up there. Now, won't you call me to Kanjangad? That place, such a divine place, I feel. It's so much green and caves, and I've read about all this, and that's a place where you spend so much of powerful time. So in my mind, I used to pray. I'm sure you'll call me there once. I won't go there. You'll call me. You won't believe. I've never shared this before. You won't believe. I finished that sadhana, and I think not the same day, the next day, I was working as a medical transcriptionist, doing freelancing. I get a mail from someone. Arjun. He's still there. He's from Bangalore. Arjun writes a mail to me because I used to write these blogs and all that. So they read my blog somewhere. Arjun and 2-3 other of his friends, there was one uncle also, and they got together, they read my blog, they liked it, and they wrote a mail to me saying that we are from Bangalore and we are planning to go to Kanjangad ashram. We thought if you are interested, shall we ask you? Maybe you are not, but we thought let me. I was shocked beyond, because that was my first kind of a miracle. Here you ask, and there somebody is writing a mail to you. And I'm telling you, I was wondering how to go into that place, because that's a jungle, Kanjangad, Kerala. Though Kerala, my Kerala is different, Cochin down there, and this is North Kerala. I have never been there. How to go, who to approach, and all these things were in my mind. This mail came, and not just that. I was reading this beautiful book that I brought from Ganeshpuri about Nityananda. I was reading about everything, and I was happy with this. I was telling my mom, see, I got this, and now I'm trying to connect with them, I'm going there. I was thinking, now which train, how do I go to Mangalore? I've never been to these places. From here, which train to take to reach there, and then what. So I was just thinking, maybe that also will get solved. And I was reading the book. I kept down the book, and I was sitting, the doorbell rang. And one uncle came. We were on the upstairs, 3rd floor that time. And 1st floor, one uncle came, who was my family friend, my dad's friend. He's from Kerala. He's from Kannur, Payannur. He and his wife came, and as usual they used to come, and they started talking. And talking, he looked at the book on the shelf, on the table that I had kept, Bhagwan Nityananda's. Immediately they realized. They said, this is Nityananda. I said, yeah. Do you know him? He said, yeah, it's very close to our place. Payannur, Kannur, it's very close. We have heard a lot of his leelas there. We have never been to that place. I said, how do you go there? You don't worry, I'll tell you everything. He took a pen and paper and he wrote down all the train timings, and from here, this is available, that is available, everything clear cut. And he also said, if you have any problem, you call me, I'll guide you. Can you believe this? I mean, all these months I had come from Ganeshpuri. I never had this kind of an encounter. But the day I had this intense desire to go there, and I said, won't you call me? Here one guy writes from Bangalore, and here one uncle walks into my house and tells me every details about the vehicles and trains and how many kilometers and where to take an auto, how much to pay the auto, everything. I thanked that Almighty profusely, Bhagwan Nityananda and my Gurudev. I knew by this time something is working. Something works more than we understand. When I went to Mangalore, I don't have to worry. I just took an overnight bus to Mangalore. I reached there. These guys were waiting for me. First time we met, we became good friends. Uncle was so hospitable there, and he put me in his house. They took care of me. We had then we stayed overnight. Then we had a bath early morning, and in his car he took from Mangalore to Kanjangad, 2 hours drive. And there was a team of people there, 4-5 of us. And they had all read the blog and they said, oh, we seen this, and we became good friends. And they took me to Kaliningrad. They showed me around the places and I was thrilled. That was my first experience how I entered Kaliningrad. By this way. Why I am telling you this? Because I am telling you, they respond. Whatever is your pure needs, I don't know about the other, because sometimes I've tried with the worldly things, I have not been successful. But anything that is of higher order, I have seen very quickly they listen. Because the more higher your wishes are, desires are, the more purer those wishes are automatically. I believe that's the frequency. And they help you. And from then, a mysterious journey that was. Consecutively, continuously, 16 trips I had in the coming next few years. Continuously few years. 16 trips, which I recorded. I had written blogs and all that. After that, I lost count. And today, I don't know, maybe at least 60-70 times maybe I've been there. What does it? They do it. And they arrange for it also. So what I'm trying to say is, you make an intention and there will be somebody who will, like somebody wrote here, we went to Ganeshpuri, we found your video insightful. These are all support systems, they will connect you to that. These tattvas are so powerful. Yes, when we meditate on anything that is there within, it will start from within only. That is the best way to practice. That is the best way to practice. Going within, asking solutions within, in awareness seeing it, seeking solution within, and waiting and seeing if you can get it within, and not being impatient if you don't get it within, because sometimes the answers come outside. Like I asked for something within, I did not get a reply, I did not hear a voice telling that, okay, let me arrange. No. Maybe that might happen, but it didn't happen in my case. In 1 or 2 days, from externally things happen. But you got to be aware. You got to be mindful. If you are not aware, you might miss some help that is coming to you. Only if you are mindful that will happen. So mindful means being aware. You got to be very aware of that. Which mantra to chant the whole day? This is your Guru mantra. Mantras also stick to one. Always. Don't keep changing your mantras. Because you are developing an affinity with that mantra. If you want to make that an japa jap, you got to be immersed in that mantra only. And Guru mantra, whichever your Diksha mantra, or whichever is your favorite mantra that you have learnt or heard from your Guru, you can treat that as a Guru mantra. It's from the Gurumukh. So it will work wonders. But it has to be practiced regularly. Don't keep changing. Even if in the same Gurus only, don't keep always changing. Multiple. This, I'm not talking about sadhana. When you're doing particular sadhanas, you do. If it is a healing kind of a mantra, in that sadhana you do that. If it's a Navagraha you're doing that, you do that. That, I'm not saying that. You asked a question, which should I constantly repeat within, inside? That means the ajapa jap which you are trying to make. Blending with that mantra. You see which you like. The healing mantra, the liberation mantra. Healing mantra is the Mahamrityunjay Gayatri mantras. The liberation mantras are the Panchakshari mantras. And the Sri Vidya mantra. You can choose that, whichever you like. And where to focus, internal or external, depends on what you like. External is duality. If you like and if you feel more connected from external, that also works. But ultimately you will have to come to internal, whatever you do. So if you can directly go internal, very fine. Many people cannot do that. They need something outside. They might not be able to practice Sri Vidya as a Meru themselves. Might be difficult. They might need to look at a Meru outside, Sri Chakra outside, and then relate with it. No problem. It begins with that, but eventually it will become Advaita. It has to become that. That is where it ends. So if you can directly go there, fine. If you cannot, then use a duality mode. From the external, go internal. Is there anything else? Or I would like to end my session now here. 5:30. So I think a lot of things I talked, and in the end there was a little casual talk only. I think around 45 minutes of casual talk these were. But the whole focus is how to relate with people who don't relate with you. That is the whole process. This whole video was focused on that. So if you closely look at this video in awareness, all these videos are to be seen in awareness only, so that you can understand it properly. Thank you, Miggy, for being here, and I can feel your radiant love here. It's a beautiful energy. Thank you for being here, because all the presence of you guys also makes a difference. When Binduji, you're a Keralite, I guess, again. Kannur, Nirlakanji, thank you. Muskan, thank you. So all the people also, I like to thank you for being here, because you contribute to the energies of this kind of a room, and that brings out a lot of essence automatically. Deepavali, thank you. Binduji, yes, okay. Ashaji, thank you. And two aspects that I said was, one was about relating with the people, and the other that I told was being aware of your inner darkness. Yes, two important points in this video. Inner darkness, being aware of it. I learned some precious lessons from not being aware what happened, how it jolted me. I came to know there are imperfections again. So it's an opportunity to heal and overcome that. Madanji, thank you. Divjaniji, thank you. Simranji, thank you. Meghnaji, thank you. Wonderful insight connecting with the Guru. Yeah, actually I don't speak the Guru Tattva much on this profile here, because the new people, it confuses, they don't understand this. So sometimes when I try to do live on the Guru Tattva, I do it on Jacob Shivanand profile, where people only they can relate to. But here today it flowed. Anyways, there are multiple gurus who are following here, so it's fine. I mean, from different path people are there, the Guru Parampara. So it helps them. Anita ji, thank you. So it was a wonderful, beautiful session again here today. Thank you for being here, part of this journey, part of my life journey. God bless you all with much divine love and light to all of you here. Stay blessed. Gurudev Sharanam, Guru Mandala Sharanam. Stay blessed. I'm going to hear the recording missed in between. Yeah, Trishna ji, it's there. All the videos are there here. Maggie, bye then. See you. Take care. God bless.